Scuffed. Get scuffed, noobs. Alrighty. Well, welcome to another Healthy Gamer GG stream. My name is Alo Kanoja. Just a reminder that although I'm a psychiatrist, nothing we discuss on stream today is intended to be taken as medical advice. Everything is for educational or entertainment purposes only. If y'all have a concern or question, please go see a licensed professional. Give me a second. It feels too bright in here to me. Wait, come on. Does this make it... Is that better? No, let's leave that on. Let me do this. So here's the problem, chat. The sun, it burns us, right? Since we're gamers, it burns us like Gollum. It's like the elvish rope for Gollum. It burns us. Vitamin D is very good for you, but it burns us. It burns us, precious. Precious. Okay. So it's been a while since we streamed on Twitch. We've been busy. So we still... Here's what's going on. Let me actually see if we've got... So a couple of things. I want to just fill y'all in a little bit about what we've been up to. So we're doing a viewer interview today. There was someone who posted on our subreddit recently who said that they will convince me that black pill is the right pill to take. So we're down to hear what they have to say. And I think that black pilling is like actually growing, right? So people are getting more hopeless. And I don't think that that is that unreasonable. I know it sounds kind of weird. But I was looking at some actual data recently. So there were a couple of studies that came out, for example, that talked about changes in sexual behavior amongst men and women over the last 2 decades. And so it used to be that the top 5 to 10% of men, in terms of number of partners, like used to have 25 partners on average. So if you look at like the people who are the most sexually active amongst men, it used to be on average 25 partners. And the number of men that had 0 partners was maybe like 20% or something like that. And it seems like over the last decade or two, those numbers have changed a little bit. So the number of people who have had 0 partners has gone up. So now like maybe 30% or 35% of people have 0 partners. And the top 5% of men who have partners now have 53 partners on average. So I'm still looking at the statistics into women. But it's really interesting because there's actually like science about this kind of stuff. There's also a lot of data about... like genuinely like people are more lonely than they've ever been. We know that financially things are getting more bleak, right? So like it's just hard to be financially successful nowadays. Like things cost more, like housing is very expensive. You can work really hard and work a lot and get a good degree, and like your financial security isn't actually guaranteed like the way that it used to be. I mean, I guess it was never guaranteed, but you know, the odds, it's just things are getting harder. So we sort of get why people may be taking the black pill, but you know, we're here to try to help everybody. And that includes black pillars or not black pillars or whatever. And we're here to try to help those kinds of problems. And our general philosophy is that we acknowledge that people have problems, and our approach is like, hey, what are we going to do about it? Right? That's what we try to do in our coaching program, is like, we understand that people have problems, but what are we going to do about it? So we have that interview. I think that person is going to be coming on in about 45 minutes. And so we've got time to kill. Unless Dr. K becomes a black pillar, which I'm here to be convinced. Which is fine. Like I don't, you know, I don't think my view is right. So, I mean, I'm not a black pillar so far, but that doesn't mean that I won't become one. So we'll see. In the meantime, so we were thinking about starting stream later, but like, I actually just wanted to hang out with y'all. So I just showed up on time, and I did not dye my hair. It's just getting grayer as I age, because that's what happens. So I thought we would just hang out for a little while. So like, we're just going to chill. Let me see. Oh. And so I figured if you guys just want to like hang out, let's just hang out for a little while. Diablo 2 stream. So is black pill nihilism? Let's find out. Right? So Nintendo Not is saying, going through a very depressing breakup, maybe a stream on black pill isn't the best, lol. So that's a good point, right? But let's think through that for a second. So if you're going through a bad breakup and people tell you, hey, I understand you're going through a bad breakup, you know, but everything is great, and there's so much love in the world, and there's so many fish in the sea. How does that make you feel? What do y'all think? Right? So that's kind of interesting. So Benny Spetty Grew One is, I'm afraid the stream will lead to a lot of people walking away depressed, as you won't have any pushback. And so so let's just think about that for a second, okay? So what are we going to do then? So if like talking to someone who has lost hope in life, and you talk to that person, and everyone who's listening is like, yeah, that's my experience. Like, oh my God, like the world is like, are we just not going to talk about it? Are we going to pretend everything is peachy? Like, do we talk about it or not talk about it? Right? What's the alternative? I think actually the reason things are the way they are today is because for far too long, we have not talked about it. Because if you have taken the black pill and you try to talk to people, what do they say? Do people actually listen to the problems that you face? Do people acknowledge what your experience of life is like? And how on earth? And here's the other problem with black pill. Is it not black pill, but the way that we treat people who are black pilled. Is that I see a lot of people, like Zeliak is saying, go to therapy. And that's a good move, don't get me wrong. Like, I can vouch for the value of therapy. But I think that the bigger problem there is that we assume that if your life sucks, you are the one who is supposed to fix it. So if you really look at the people in the history of the world who have had it bad, those people who have made progress have not done so because they worked on themselves. They did so because society realized, hey, this is a problem. And society as a whole tried to help a disenfranchised group of people. And what I'm seeing right now is like, what are we doing about loneliness? Are we telling everyone, hey, just go to therapy? And then what? You're paying for company for an hour a week? So that there's society has like left people behind. Like that's how people get left behind. Like you don't get left behind by yourself. You get left behind because other people leave you behind. Like look at the words. Left behind. Someone has to keep moving. And I think what's happening in the world today is that there's a group of people who are being left behind. And that group of people is growing. Why are they getting left behind? I don't know. How are they getting left behind? I don't know. But it's our belief here at HG that, you know, if someone has something unfortunate in their life, that like actually listening to them is a great place to start. And I hear you. I mean, so we sometimes struggle with this stuff too, right? That, oh my God, like I'm going to hear this person and I'm going to feel so depressed at the end of it. But like, that's where I think we're going to be okay. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. But we've heard from all kinds of people on stream that most people don't talk to. People who are incels, people who are, you know, we've had people who are in jail for some amount of time, people who are bullies, people who have a certain particular set of political beliefs. And I think the really awesome thing about human beings, and especially this community, is like when you talk to a human being and you really listen to what they have to say, what you realize is all the crap that we judge people for is like, that's just crap that we judge people for. It's not the people themselves. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be held accountable for their actions, and that's a really important distinction. But there's like, most people are just people. Yeah, all people have value. So let's start. Actually, we'll. So Ravenlike is saying black pill seems very appealing to me, but they won't accept me because I have 190 centimeters and 200 pounds of muscle. So I guess I have to take red pill now. But they seem like creepy tryhards. I don't know, man. You're the first person that I've ever heard of that gets rejected by the black pill community. Play Hogwarts Legacy? So what's going on with Hogwarts Legacy, chat? No, so I mean, okay. So when I ask y'all what's going on, what I'm hearing, Feeling 8801 is saying, "Oh God, let's not." Drop Me Stuff is "Oh no." 4Note1 is saying you don't want to know. What do y'all think that does to my curiosity, chat? Well, so that's fine. We don't have to talk about it, but why not? Like, I've been a little bit AFK, so I'm out of the loop. And as y'all know, so by the way, this is a two-way thing, okay? I'm going to teach y'all about some stuff, but in return, y'all got to, like, clue me in on, you know, the kingdom of Sugon and other things like that. So here's my question. So people are saying J.K. Rowling is anti-trans, so don't support her. But like, genuine question. And if this, you know, if this is a mistake, let me know. But like, I mean, don't we support all kinds of corporations and people that have views that are bad? Like when we buy, you know, bananas from particular companies, or, you know, certain technology pieces that are built in East Asia. So how is it that So is there like a difference? Like, are we just saying that? Is there like substantially a difference between those two? I'm genuinely asking. So what do y'all think it is that's made people so caught up with like Hogwarts Legacy? Talking to say you can live without bananas, you can't live without Harry Potter. It's just easy to hate. What makes it easy to hate? So you know what I found? When people advocate for boycotting something, I've noticed an interesting pattern that people will advocate for boycotting stuff that they don't use. So like I remember seeing like a lot of stuff about, like, oh, cruise ships should be eliminated because cruise ships are terrible for the environment. I'm not saying they're not terrible for the environment. But it's interesting, right? Because the people who are advocating for never using a cruise ship are the ones who never go on cruises. And so it's like, it's really easy to advocate for like, oh, like this game company did this thing, like we should all boycott it. And I'm game. Like there are certain times where I felt that way. But I realized at some point, the game developers that I get angry at for political reasons are the ones whose games I don't play. Right? Yeah, so they advocate for boycotting stuff that they already boycott. Oh, there's directly anti-Semitic content with the Harry Potter game? That's interesting. What? Wait, so what is. So Zadok Merkaba is saying, I'm Jewish and I don't see any anti-Semitism? Oh, yeah, Captain Bebo. So just to switch gears for a second. We can do advice for dropouts in a second and in the pin. So I don't know if y'all know this, but like, so we've slowed down on streaming a little bit, but we still upload stuff to YouTube. And this is because at some point it occurred to someone within our organization that maybe, just maybe, having Dr. K randomly talk at y'all for like an hour and upload it to YouTube may not be the best way to create digestible information. So we've got like stuff going up on YouTube that, has like graphical overlays and other things that we just can't do on Twitch. And today I walked into a room with my wife. And so my wife and another family member of mine, and my wife was showing the family member our YouTube channel. And I walk in and I hear a clip of my voice saying, an ejaculate is what comes out of the penis. Because I think we made a video about birth control for men. And I don't think I was making a joke. Like I don't, but there, let's see real quick. Let me ask y'all something. If I watch my own YouTube video on Twitch, is that a violation of TOS? Okay. I have nothing against any of the platforms. So a tall Hufflepuff. Oh my God, it's a tall Hufflepuff. Oh my God. This is an intersection of the 190 cm unable to be blackpilled and the Hogwarts Legacy stuff. We have tall Hufflepuff in chat who also watched this video. They are a nexus of all things we are talking about today. What'd you think of the video? So we have a video just about, yeah. So we're so like the videos, you know, it's just a video about birth control. So like I realized at some point, so I discovered this back when I was doing a ton of clinical practice, which is that, you know, we'll talk, like oftentimes girls will get the talk, right? And maybe like boys will get the talk, but it's usually about sex, but it's not like about birth control. And so dudes like just don't understand. It's like, here's the basic problem. So if you look at like most men, right? And I say this in the video. You look at most men, it's like you can play like, you know, zombie apocalypse games, or like you can watch like R-rated movies where there's like people losing limbs and whatnot. Like we're totally fine with that. Like we're fine with blood and gore. Unless it is menstrual blood. And then it's like, oh my God, the tiniest amount of menstrual blood is like, oh my God, I can't believe it. It's so disgusting. But it's like, yeah, I can take a bat with nails in it and cave in a zombie's head. And then if it's menstrual blood, which by the way, gentlemen, did y'all know the average volume of menstrual blood per menstrual cycle is about 30 milliliters? No, you don't have to lick it, dude. Come on, man. But it's just like, look, we just need to understand that menstruation is not some, you know, it's not some like female Wiccan ritual. It's like a normal biological thing, which like men should be educated on. And similarly, like I think women should be like just learn some basic biology about stuff like penises, right? And men should too. Like simple things like, hey, if you have an erection, there are many things that lead to erection besides arousal. Is that a real color background? Yes. Background is real. Okay, we had a couple of good questions. Do y'all have any questions about the birth control video? Yeah, so Autumnbird is saying 5,000 years of demonization on menstruation will do that. You're damn right it will. And that's why we're going to de-demonize it. You didn't see any birth control video? Well, I think it just went up today. Joe Biden Dota. I would pay to see that. Oh man. How do I talk with my partner about getting on birth control? That's a great question. So, WeeWee53R86. That's a great question, and we should probably do a video about that. But let me ask you, can you help me understand what's the gender breakdown between you and your partner? Is the whole volume of menstrual blood for the whole week of menstruation? I think it's the whole week of menstruation based on the research that I did. Is there a reversible birth control method for men? So these are the kinds of things that we answer in the video, but yeah, sort of is the short answer. So there are, so vasectomies are not nearly as reversible as people think they are. So the reversal success rate for a vasectomy is like 60%. And that's if you reverse it within a year or two. But if you go like 3 to 5 years out, vasectomies are very hard to reverse. So this is a good question. K. Sarah is asking, why does menstruation have to contain blood but not some other liquid? So menstruation is one of the only processes in the body that involves necrosis as opposed to autophagy or like programmed cell death. So basically what happens is that the uterine wall like literally breaks down. So what happens is in preparation for a child or like a fetus being implanted, an embryo being implanted, what the uterine wall does is get a bunch of blood vessels grow into there. And why do you have to have a bunch of blood flow to the uterus? Because, hey, we may like grow a whole new organism. So what we do is we basically like build a bunch of pipes, right, which are blood vessels, so that we can support the growth of a new organism. And if there's no embryo that implants, it's suddenly like we don't need all these like blood vessels here. So what actually happens is they just break apart and shed off. Part of the reason that menstruation is so painful is because it is necrosis. So oftentimes when our cells die, they do so in a programmed way. So if you look at like, this is kind of neat and creepy depending on where you are, but the space between our fingers, we used to have webbing here. Like all human beings used to have webbing between their fingers. So if you look at a fetus's hands and feet, there'll be like webbing that connects our fingers. And then what happens is those cells that form the webbing, the skin cells, they actually learn, they're like, oh, hey, we're not needed here anymore. So they go through a process of programmed cell death, which is not painful. So it actually happens all the time. But necrosis is not programmed cell death. It's just like, necrosis is what happens when you get like an injury and the cell just dies. So for whatever reason, which I'm not quite sure from an evolutionary perspective, why menstruation or why the uterine lining like sheds via necrosis. But that's also why it's so painful, because it's like, if you like get a crush injury, if I get, hit by a car, my cells will die through necrosis. And that's why it's really freaking painful. And this is something that I think a lot of people don't quite realize, is that when women are complaining of menstruation, it's because like literally a chunk of their uterus is dying. Like that's what's happening. And that releases a lot of inflammation, causes a lot of like pain and cramping and things like that. I have no idea if there's any OB-GYNs or evolutionary biologists who know this kind of stuff. Like, I don't know why they chose necrosis as opposed to something else. I think you mean ovulation? What in reference to what? I may have misspoken. I could have been wrong. I think most animals or most mammals menstruate, right? Yeah, so Twishu is saying, my partner and I are not planning to have any kids. He wanted to do vasectomy, but at the same time, I'm scared of the decision just in case we want to have kids in the future. So I think that's very reasonable. So that's where I would say something like long-term. So when I've talked to patients who are in that situation, you shouldn't get a vasectomy unless it's not planning. Not planning to have kids and being 100% sure that you don't want kids are like two different things. I would not recommend something like, getting your tubes tied or vasectomy or a hysterectomy, which usually we don't do for birth control. But, I would not recommend one of those unless you were sure that both, ideally in a relationship, both partners should be 100% sure that they don't want to have kids. Because here's the problem, is like, even if your partner is 100% sure that they don't want to have kids, but you are not sure that you don't want to have kids, then what happens then? Right? So like, if you decide, hey, I do want kids, does that mean that y'all get divorced? Or if you want to stay with this person and you decide that you want to have kids, and then like, but then you can't have them with them, like, then what happens? Do you get artificially inseminated? Like, so I think that some of these, surgical methods are irreversible. So you should consider them basically irreversible. You don't want to have something like a vasectomy and like, fingers crossed, 50% chance in 3 years I'll be able to have kids. Like, no. And that's why we do have lots of good long-term birth control, basically. So I think hormonal IUDs are like good examples. So the problem with like oral birth control or like hormonal birth control is that it's systemic. So if I take oral birth control pills, those hormones are going everywhere in my body. And estrogen will have effects on the brain. Progesterone will have effects on the brain. They'll have effects on adipose tissue, GI stuff, muscles. They affect everything, right? That's a hormone. That's what a purpose of a hormone is. If y'all don't know, what a hormone is a chemical signal that is designed to go everywhere in your body. So it coordinates the body's action. So if you think about adrenaline is a hormone. And it works on every part of your body on purpose. That's when hormones are like stances in like games, right? There's like tank stance. And when I go into a tank stance, all of my kit is now geared towards tanking. Or I can go into a DPS stance. And now all of my kit is geared towards deeps. So what hormones do is they try to align our whole body towards a particular goal. So with adrenaline, for example, increases our heart rate, increases our blood pressure, increases blood flow to our peripheral limbs, muscles, decreases blood flow to our stomach, causes our brain to think in terms of black and white. So it even affects the cognitive way that we think. Right? So when adrenaline is pumping, you're not thinking in terms of shades of gray. You need to act. So in that same way, estrogen, progesterone are doing body-wide effects. So the cool thing about IUDs, some hormonal IUDs, is they provide a localized effect because there's a device that's secreting hormones in the uterus. And since it's a localized effect, you don't get systemic effects. So a lot of the side effects aren't there. Make sense? What are the risks of birth control from a psychological perspective? That's a really good question. I don't quite understand it 100%. But if your question is, are there side effects are there mood side effects related to birth control? The answer is possibly. So if you have an oral contraceptive pill or systemic birth control, you'll have you can have mood changes because hormones affect mood. Now, if you're talking about, what are the risks of birth control from a psychological perspective, there's all kinds of psychological stuff that goes beyond mood in the brain, right? So there can be a psychological impact of like using a condom, right? Like there could be all kinds of stuff like, my partner and I are not touching because I'm using a condom. Like I've talked to people who have had that complaint before. We're not really touching. It's like there's a barrier between us, and that doesn't help me feel connected to this person, which is why I want to stop using a condom. So that's a psychological impact, right? I don't know if that's what you were referring to, but so there's all kinds of psychological stuff associated with birth control. That's usually not something that physicians will talk about. But like if there's psychological risks of birth control. So if you get a vasectomy, that can be a psychological impact. The knowledge that you will never be able to have kids, even if you wanted to, and you change your mind, can be psychologically hard to deal with. So I'm not quite sure which ones you're referring to. Are you talking about just like side effects in terms of bipolar disorder and mood, or are you talking about like what does it mean to have a part of your body removed or to be a sterile man, right, and no longer be able to spread your genes in the gene pool? There can be psychological impacts to that. I have heard of the male birth control pill. I think it's not effective. We've been working at it for a while. Why are there no male hormone birth control? Because we just haven't. So it's a good question. So let's understand this. So why is there no male birth control, but there's female birth control outside of condoms and vasectomy, right? So it's really simple. So how many days out of the month can a man, or days out of the year, or days out of a decade, can a man make a woman pregnant? How many days out of a decade is a man fertile? The answer is 100%. All of the days. So if you think about male birth control, you have to shut off something that works all the time. The reason that we have female birth control is because women have an internal system that only allows them to be pregnant during a particular time. The women have an on switch and off switch about when they can get pregnant. Men don't have a switch. We just have a pipe. There's no turning it on or turning it off. That's why fundamentally it is easier to make female birth control than male birth control, because there's already a biological switch. All we have to do is figure out how to switch it. But for men, it's like there's nothing to switch. That's why if you look at the male birth control, like that's why we do things like vasectomy. We really have to destroy a part of the male anatomy in order to prevent pregnancy. There isn't a physiological switch. That's, in my opinion, the simple biological reason why it's different. Now, there are all kinds of signals internally that men have that will lead to things like sperm production. And so I'm not saying it won't ever happen, but it's just a much more complicated biological goal. Does that make sense? For all we're saying, here's a good male birth control. Just start playing League of Legends. Here's the question, though. Is playing League of Legends reversible? Is that a reversible form of birth control? 100% effective. Oh man. That's why medically I don't recommend playing League of Legends until someone is 100% sure that they never want to have kids. So at one time, I know there's supposed to be this thing called doctor-patient confidentiality, haha. But one time I didn't really have a patient, but this is a made-up story if you guys didn't figure that out. Where the patient came into my office and they're like, "Hey doc, should I start playing League of Legends?" And I was like, "Do you never want to have kids?" They're like, "I don't know." And then I'm like, you can't start playing LOL until you're sure you never want to have kids. And then we worked at it for a couple of years, and then they decided, you know what, I'm never gonna have kids. I've decided. And then I was like, okay, fine. Here's some login account credentials for League of Legends. Good luck. And then I prescribed. Is he a challenger? He's challenged. Now, there may be some... I wonder, though, whether there's some kind of... Because I know that, like, anabolic steroids can reduce testosterone, endogenous testosterone production. So I wonder if... I don't know, though, whether exogenous steroids, which is steroids from outside of the body, actually affect fertility. There's a idea that it'll shrink your balls. Has enmeshed childhood relationships that are toxic been a topic before? Yes and no. I would love to talk about it explicitly, especially if there's someone, who we can interview about it. But we've had a couple of good call-ins recently from people in our community who have, like, overly involved parents. But we could absolutely... I actually talked... I was making a list of stuff that we want to cover, and parentified kids was on that list. What were you thinking for the person who asked about enmeshed parent-child relationships? Um, codependency. Alex M USA. Mind if I ask what's the difference between a virgin and a turbo virgin? I'll explain that to you. So this is a complicated medical concept. So there's the regular virgin, and a turbo virgin is a virgin that has never played turbo mode in Dota 2. So until you played turbo mode for the first time, you're a turbo virgin. And I can tell you, much like losing your virginity, it is a romanticized thing that is oftentimes more painful than what you anticipated. Oh no, not the answer I wanted, but the answer I needed. Soviet power supreme saying, you don't have sex but faster. That's hilarious. ADHD is my birth control. I just get bored and can't finish. So Shadow 7578. I don't know if you're making a joke, um, but there is some reality to that. So here's an idea. If you have ADHD and you're having sex and you get bored and you can't finish, you may think that that has to do with ADHD, but I'd like to say there's a little bit of a differential diagnosis there. If you're having trouble keeping your attention on sex, maybe you're having sex with the wrong person in terms of gender, in terms of just person, right? So if you're not finishing, maybe you should consider changing partners or really consider what your sexuality could be. I'm serious. Like that's, I've seen that before where people are like, yeah, I have trouble with my sex life. And it's like, oh, well, my wife and I are having difficulty with sex and, I have a problem with erectile dysfunction. It's like, the answer is sometimes like, maybe you should be having sex with dudes. Like, I'm serious. Like, I know it's kind of a meme, but like that happens, right? People don't realize because of the cultures that they grow up in that they could be homosexual because it's demonized. And like one of the, on the, like, I'm serious. Like it's not, I'm not trying to troll or anything. Like that's a real and oftentimes terrible and traumatic experience for everybody involved. And I know that we're here to meme about it, and Brave SJ is saying prescription for man ass, but I'm serious. Like this is what if you work as a psychiatrist with people who struggle with issues of like human sexuality and gender identity and like that's what it looks like. They'll come in with complaints of chief complaint of erectile dysfunction, or difficulties, getting with lubrication and stuff, and like difficulties for women to being aroused. So chief complaint can be like pain during sex, and that's because the woman isn't aroused, which in turn is because this is the point where I toss in she's having sex with whoever I want to burn today. But, sometimes the reason that women have pain during sex is there could be all kinds of medical things, and that's what we do as medical doctors. We evaluate them, right? And one of the things on the differential is that, oh, maybe you're not it's painful because you're not aroused, and maybe the reason you're not aroused is because you're not sexually attracted to the person you're having sex with, which in turn has its own differential. Like maybe you're just not attracted to that person, or you're not attracted to that person's gender. Right? That's serious. Like, and I know we're memeing about it and it's very meme friendly, but the truth of the matter is you'll think about this for a second, right? What's it like to be in that situation? Like that's terrifying because now you're like married, right? But you're married to the wrong person, that you can't have a sexual relationship that'll be fulfilling. That ain't funny. Okay. Um, okay, so it looks like our interview canceled. or it has to reschedule or something, which is totally fine, right? So people, no frustration there, or no ill will towards that person. So we've got, which people get to choose, right? So like that's totally fine. We want people to feel safe and comfortable and able to come on and talk about what they want to talk about. And if they're not able to or don't feel comfortable to, like, no hard feelings. We may see if they want to come on later. Like, we don't know what the details are. Even if I knew, I wouldn't share those. But so now, chat, we have a choice. What do we want to do today? Do y'all want to talk, ask questions? Like, we can hop on Discord and do kind of call-ins and stuff, or we can continue doing what we're doing. What do y'all want to do? Ritao, thanks for the 30-month sub. Collins turbo mode. Okay, can we get a poll? So we can hang with chat. We can do call-in questions. We can answer questions if y'all have questions about stuff. Call-in black pills? Sure. All forms of birth control taste test. Okay. Your general doctor should be able to prescribe, I mean, it depends on where you are, but your general doctor should be able to prescribe ADHD meds. If they have a DEA in the US. So you just have to have the ability to prescribe controlled substances, which includes like pain meds and stimulants and stuff. And there are ADHD meds which are not stimulants, by the way. Sure, we can do birth control, black pill. Maybe a lot of people are asking what is black pill, so maybe someone can answer that for us. And let's change the let's change stream title. Okay, let's do it. Yoga perspective on black pill? That's a great question. Yoga perspective is not that different from black pill, but it comes to a very different conclusion. Do I believe in red pill? Well, let's talk to people who are, let's just have a conversation about it. It's too tight. That's what he said. All right, let's do, so it looks like people wanted to do call-ins, so it may take a minute or two for us to do this, but let's hop on Discord. Dude, by the way, I was like hanging out on our Discord the other day. There's some super cool stuff. My biggest complaint about the Discord is that I'm not allowed to participate in it. Like, I was like, do you guys know what is on our Discord? Have y'all checked this stuff out? There's like all this like fitness stuff and accountability stuff and like all these different channels, and like there's like so much good stuff on there. Like people are, it's wild. Why are you not allowed to participate? I'm not entirely sure. It sometimes gets weird. It's not that I don't want to. It's just, it gets weird sometimes. But we'll figure out how to, I mean, I'm going to start participating soon. It's something we're working on. We just have to figure out the right way to do it. But I was like, I mean, I lurk like quite a bit on Discord. Looks like people are playing Gartic Phone. And let's see, where do I go? I go train together, meditation. So we can just do like, general call-ins, I think. Y'all can ask whatever you want to. Discord is confusing. Yeah, it's quite robust now. So I certainly was overwhelmed for a little bit. I don't know what Gartic phone is. I've seen that people play it, and I know it is a thing. Digital Dude 1 remembers. Yeah, enmeshed relationships is an Oedipal mother who, in my case, is mentally unwell, and I become the partner. That sounds awful. Um, I think there should be a command, right? Like exclamation point Discord. Is there any hope for a relationship with someone that gaslights you? What a good question. Wait, is there anyone here in here? Okay, I think we're getting people into Discord. So let's, a lot of good questions today. What's the relationship between black pill and yoga? That's a great question. Maybe we'll do a video about that. We'll do a video about was Buddha black pilled, right? Because he said suffering is the basis of all life. Actually, not the basis. Suffering is the one thing that's guaranteed. We can talk about that. So here's the thing about, is there any hope for a relationship with someone that gaslights you? I'm going to go ahead and say yes. So here is what's interesting about gaslighting. The first is that the term gaslighting gets tossed around a lot. And what I've really noticed is that some people, when I've noticed something that I think is quite unhealthy in relationships, whereas if I say something happened in a particular way and someone else says it did not happen that way, or I have a different perspective, what the person can do is say, you are gaslighting me because your perspective is different from my reality is different from your reality. You're trying to convince me of your reality. That is gaslighting. And so then the problem is that, like, if you try to say, no, it didn't, I have a different perspective from what you have, you're just gaslighting them further. Right? Like, the problem with gaslighting is that once you play the gaslighting card, I play my gaslighting card, you're not allowed to argue with me. Because if you gaslight, it strengthens the ability. It's like the gaslighting card doubles in power. Right? So it's like, no, you know, so here's some people are asking, like, what is gaslighting? Okay, so gaslighting, the term comes from a movie, if I remember correctly, called Gaslight, which is the story of a dude who manipulates a woman and drives her crazy. So he, like, purposely does things that messes with her reality. Like, she'll leave her purse, let's say, on the mantle, and then in the middle of the night, he'll move it into a cabinet. And then she's like, have you seen my purse? And he's like, no. She's like, I thought I left it on the mantle. He's like, no, you didn't. And then I think the reason that it's called that is because there's something about the lighting where he, like, adjusts the lighting when she's not looking. So it's like the intentional, consistent or systematic attempt at causing someone else to doubt reality because you're screwing with them. And that's what gaslighting really means. It's like intentional and systematic. But what I've come to find is that people use it in a way that's like, someone disagrees with me, therefore they are gaslighting me. Where I think the real challenge is that, you know, if you toss out gaslighting, you can't reach a resolution. So when someone asks a question, if someone gaslights you, is there a possibility in that relationship? I'd say yes. And the interesting thing is, I'd say that a lot of the work may have to be done by the person who believes they are being gaslit. Which is weird, right? Because no. If I'm getting gaslighted, the other person is at fault. But sometimes, like, and that's the thing about a relationship. Like, if you have a relationship where one person says, hey, this other person is doing something, and the entirety of fixing the relationship is on the other party, then that relationship is not going to work. There are some exceptions to that, right? So there are some situations where we're talking about straight, like, true gaslighting, or truly traumatic situations or abusive situations is like, those may not work. But it's been my experience that a lot of people who believe they are being gaslit are not being gaslit. Now, I'm not saying that if you're out there and you're saying, oh my God, I can't believe that this person is not believing me, I am being gaslit. You could be being gaslit. I don't know. I don't know your specific situation. But I hear the term get tossed around a lot, and I don't think they're referring to situations where someone is very intentionally like trying to trick them into believing a false reality, which is really what gaslighting is. What I find is much more common is human beings have different perspectives on shared experiences. Dr. K is gaslighting the gaslighters. So maybe, right? So that if you say, I'm gaslighting you, oh my goodness, then I can't say anything, right? So what I'd encourage you to do if you're in a situation where you're being gaslit is like, first of all, just think a little bit about, okay, like, could I be wrong here? And then I think the key thing about resolving a gaslighting concern in a relationship is addressing the underlying emotion. So even in the case of someone who really is doing some kind of gaslighting, usually there's an emotional need that they're using a manipulative tactic to meet. Now, you can make a very good argument for if someone is so emotionally manipulative that they would engage in gaslighting, I should leave this relationship. If you ask me, hey, someone is emotionally manipulating me in a way that is borderline abusive, should I leave the relationship? It's like, hey, it's not a bad idea. That would be my honest response. But if you look at most relationships have people who will do things that are worthy of breaking up with. But the successful relationships are the ones that resolve those problems and move into a healthier situation. And I think part of the reason that we are struggling right now in the dating world is because there's been a fundamental attitude shift, which is that if there is a problem in a relationship, if there is a red flags are not meant to be fixed, they're meant to be fled from. Right? That's what we do. Like, if there's a red flag, what should you do? You should leave the relationship. I'm not saying that's not unreasonable, but we got to play that tape through to the end. So if I see a red flag in you and I say, I'm out because that's a red flag, you need to work on that yourself. And then what happens when someone sees a red flag in me? What are they supposed to do? They're supposed to leave, right? Find someone without the red flag. And so what ends up happening? We get a bunch of human beings with a bunch of red flags that never get worked on. And if you look at what the world used to be like, and I'm not saying that the world used to be better, by the way. I'm not placing a value judgment on the past as opposed to the present. I think that generally speaking, we've gotten better. So that's where I think there's a really important conversation about, hey, there is a red flag. Here's something I'm highly concerned about. What are we going to do about it? And when someone is authentically willing to work on their red flag, that is when the relationship can work. And when someone, here's the tricky thing, when someone is willing to be patient and supportive towards someone who is working on a red flag, that is when the red flag will get fixed. But right now, what we tend to do is we're like, red flag, I'm out. And if that's your choice, like, that's totally fine. I'm not saying that you should stay in an abusive relationship. The real question is not whether someone has a red flag or not. The question is, are they willing to change for the sake of the relationship? Are you willing to change for the sake of the relationship? And when the answer to both of those questions is yes, then the relationship can succeed. The problem is that right now, we're all terrified. This person says they're going to change, but the time in my hourglass is running out. I don't know if I can invest a year or two of my life for this person to get their shit together. Let me just peace out and find someone who has more of their shit together. And this is a global strategic change in the way that we approach relationships. And I think it's leading to more loneliness. Now, this may be where you're like, oh my God, does this Dr. K mean that we should all have monogamous relationships where we're like getting married at the age of 22 and you make it work? No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that as we have led to more freedom, there are some effects of that. Some of them are positive and some of them are negative. Generally speaking, I think we're moving in the right direction. Because the flip side of working in a relationship and being bound in a relationship is that it used to be, and this is what I think is really healthy, that you could be in a relationship, married, right? So like I come from the country of India, where they had arranged marriages, where sometimes you would, and if you're lucky, you're with a partner who wants to make things work and make things as harmonious as possible. But sometimes you would get partners who are like, you're stuck for life, so there's no incentive for me to change. I don't actually have to fix my red flags because it's not like you're going anywhere. And so there was a ton of persistent abuse in India. And because divorce wasn't an option. So like, what happens? Like, if you're lucky, your partner stops abusing you. But if you're unlucky, they just keep doing it and you don't have any recourse. And like, I know that a lot of people are like, oh my God, the decay of marriage and monogamy and whatnot is what's destroying our society. And I think that there are damages to it. We're seeing the damages to it. But I'm not sure that what used to be was better. Because I think if you really look at the data, people tend to romanticize the past because we, like when everyone's talking about the joys of monogamy and how everyone used to get married and stuff like that, it definitely made some things better. Don't get me wrong. It made a lot of things better. But we tend to not think I don't hear those people really acknowledge like the rates of abuse and other kinds of things that there were back then. So I think it's just more complicated, like, and that's okay, right? We just have to acknowledge what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages, what are the things that we want to keep about progress, and what are the things that we need to fix about progress. Okay, I think, are there people waiting? All right, can we do a sound check? Okay, awesome. Let's go. Hello.
Hi, Dr. K.
What's up, my dude?
Well, I saw the notification, so I thought, I'll join.
Great.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty nervous.
Okay.
I'm on stream right now.
Okay. Yeah. What? I don't even know. Are you asking a question today or what?
I thought the request was you were gonna have a blackpilled interview, but he canceled. So.
Oh, are you blackpilled?
That.
Are we interviewing you about blackpill?
I would say I'm like black pill, red pill adjacent.
Okay, cool. I'd love to hear about that if you're game to talk about it.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna lie, I'm nervous. I'll try and be as like articulate as I can. I'll try and be as honest as I can, but I am pretty nervous. Yeah.
Okay.
Am I on stream right now?
Yes.
I'm okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, so it's totally cool that you're nervous. I just want to say it's not your responsibility to be articulate. Like,
okay.
We're gonna, if you're not articulate, I'll ask you questions and then we'll get to clarity. Can we do that together?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool. And what do you go by, my friend?
Can I go by Hello Discord instead of my real name?
You can go by whatever you feel comfortable with, my dude.
Cool. Thank you.
So Hello Discord.
Yeah.
So can you start by telling us a little bit about what does black pill mean?
Well, there's different types of views on it. My view is that I'm sorry. Yeah. I would say I'm more red pill than black pill.
Okay.
But I do understand black pill arguments. And to me, black pill means that your looks are going to be the most significant factor in whether or not you can get attraction from women and actually get dates and have them be genuinely interested in you. That's what it means to me.
So people who are black pilled believe that their looks are will essentially determine whether they can find a relationship?
A relationship or any type of sexual attraction at all.
Okay.
I would say relationship, short-term dating, one night stand, anything
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so it's also presumed that people who are black pilled don't have the looks that are sufficient to get those things, right?
Uh, yeah, many
Can
would
you
believe
be
that.
so can you take the black pill and believe that you are very attractive?
Yeah,
You can. So
yeah,
you can be very attractive and still take the black pill.
yeah.
So what does that look like?
Okay. Well, I'll just give a little bit of backstory on me
Sure.
and try and answer. Okay, so it's kind of hard to know where to start, but I'll just say in high school, I was a huge gamer, uh, as I'm sure many people are in this, and I wasn't very social. I spent most of my days just playing games in my basement. It was kind of what I concerned myself with. And I didn't hit puberty until really late. I was 15, so I was a really late bloomer. And I would personally consider myself at that time, as I'm sure most would, as super unattractive. I didn't put any effort into my looks. Um, and then I remember I didn't really like try and start focusing on getting a girlfriend or anything like that until I would say I was probably around 20, 20-ish. Um, and I stumbled on your content when I think it was 2 years ago about, and I watched a lot of it, because I was interested in psychology, I was interested in meditation, and I was interested in gaming. So I think it got, YouTube recommended me to you, and I really liked your content.
Welcome,
And
my friend.
and where was I going with this?
That's that,
Sorry.
that's okay. I
Yeah.
thought what you said was very helpful. Can I ask a couple of questions?
Yeah.
So you said that you hit puberty at 15 and that's really late.
Yeah.
What do you think is normal for the age of puberty?
Okay, well, I guess a memory that just popped at me is I remember I was playing sports in gym, and I think I was like 14 years old, and I remember I was like 5 feet flat until I was 15, and I had no body hair. And I guess where I was growing up, I don't know if it's like the ethnicities or something, but a lot of people were like 6 feet, six and above, and they had like full beards and stuff, and I hadn't hit puberty, and I remember just having that pointed out to me, and it made me feel kind of insecure. Um,
How did it
but
get
yeah,
pointed
I
out
would
to
say
you?
normal age. I would say from my perspective is probably like 11 or 12. I don't know,
Okay.
somewhere in there.
So just to understand this correctly, you grew up in a place where you were in gym class at the age of 14 and you were surrounded by dudes who were 6 foot tall and had beards.
Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah,
There were a lot of people who were
yeah.
14 and had beards in gym class.
I'm not sure. Okay, well, I haven't. This is another thing that I don't really want to. Well, I will admit. Okay, maybe this is why it's a bit skewed. But I remember. I think I was a similar age.
Okay.
I'm sorry if this is like very sporadic. I'm just trying to say things that are like popping in my head because I
That
know.
it doesn't feel sporadic to me at all. I think it sounds really authentic and I'm grateful for everything you're saying. I just wanted to clarify.
Okay, well, okay. I'll say a couple things. So,
Please.
I always felt like in high school I was at the bottom of like the social pecking order, I guess. And one distinct memory I have is I think I was like, I don't know, 14, 15, somewhere in that area. And we were sitting there and we were just talking about how much money people like different professions make. And this guy who's like, we ran in the same circles. Like I wouldn't consider him my friend, but it was like at the same time, like I didn't really. It's kind of hard. I don't know, but he was a dude. He was like 6 feet. He had a beard, and we were sitting there, and he said every lawyer makes over 200K, and that just wasn't objectively true. And for some reason, when I said that wasn't true, he just fucking smacked me. Boom. and there was like 5 people sitting there looking, and nobody did anything. And so that's just kind of where I was on the social order, and I kind of attribute that to my looks. I'm not gonna lie.
It,
Um,
so
I know that that might not be relevant, although
I
I
think it's
think it.
very relevant.
I don't know. I don't know,
So
but
when
that's
you
just
say
one
you
memory.
attribute that to your looks, help me understand that attribution.
Okay. Uh, I I'm actually at home right now. Could I just go outside?
Yes,
Yeah.
you can go outside. You can drop off the call. You can do whatever is comfortable, dude.
Okay. Cool. All right. Um. Yeah. So what were we talking about?
I
Forget.
was curious how you understood. Like, so some guy like smacked you for contradicting
Yeah.
him,
Yeah.
and you
Yeah.
thought the reason he hit you was because of your looks,
No, I think that's why I might have been where I was on the
social
where
ladder.
I perceived myself to be on the social ladder. Yeah.
Yeah, and bottom of the social ladder. It sounds. I mean, that's kind of usually consistent, right? Because like people don't hit other people unless they're low on the social ladder, right?
Yeah.
And the
I would
fact that if
assume
you
so.
were,
Yeah.
and so I'm also kind of hearing that if you were higher on the social ladder, like people would have come to your aid.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you a couple other questions. Like, do you think that there are there other reasons why people may hit you that have nothing to do with social ladder?
100%.
Like
Yeah,
what?
for sure. Um, I feel like I didn't have very good social skills at the time. Um, I don't know. I've never been to a psychiatrist or anything like that, but and so I can't self-diagnose myself with anything, but I'm like I would say just from the content I've consumed and like trying to think about it, I'm like 99.9% certain that I have ADHD,
Okay.
and I would say I'm like maybe like 20 or 30% certain that I might be like slightly autistic. I'm not,
Okay.
I don't think I'd be like very super apparently autistic if you just met me, but just kind of knowing the things that happen in my head. And
What
I don't
what
know.
makes you think you could be autistic?
Um, I never really, I would say like just general social skills. I feel like I've always kind of lacked. And also I was kind of solitary and it never really bothered me and it still doesn't really bother me. And I
Okay.
also feel as though I get I have a lot of like, I wouldn't say unique interests, but I feel like a lot of my interests tend to deviate from what I would consider to be like normal mainstream stuff.
Is it stuff that it's
I'm not sure I'm autistic, but I'm like almost certain I have ADHD, and we
sure.
can talk
So
about
it
like
sounds like
school
there's
stuff.
some kind of neurodivergence that you're very confident about, and there's a lot of overlap between autism spectrum and ADHD.
Yeah, yeah, and that's why I'm kind of uncertain.
Can I ask about
But
your interests? Or are they things that you don't want to disclose publicly?
uh, I don't really care. See, the thing is, like, I don't actually know if I'm autistic, so I don't know like how divergent they are. But I remember I remember there was a period of time where I really wanted to play Super Smash Brothers professionally, and I just watched like this is just a example. Um, but yeah, I would watch like hours and hours and hours of professional Super Smash Brothers, and I'd never even played the game, but I just sat there and I watched like tournaments that were played like 5 years ago, and I'd watch like every single tournament and just things like that. Like a lot of it pertains to gaming. I don't know if I'm autistic. I just
So
brought that up. I
it,
think, but I know that ADHD people can have like issues with social interaction as well, and I'm like 90% certain that I'm
okay.
ADHD.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm going to ask you, hello Discord. So like I asked earlier, are there other reasons why someone would hit you
Hmm.
besides low looks or low social standing?
Yeah.
And then you said no, like poor social skills.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask again, what are the reasons that you think one 15-year-old hits? Like, what are the possible causes why one 15-year-old would hit another 15-year-old?
This guy had a hot temper. This guy had a hot temper. I do. There may have been reasons. I'm trying to think. I but it I also still have friends from high school that I made like after high school a bit.
Hmm.
Um, and I think it's pretty clear that like nobody really liked this guy because he had a hot temper. So yeah, I honestly don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
No, no. I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense. So
Yeah.
it's kind of interesting, right? Because what you're actually suggesting is that it's possible this person had a very low social standing as well.
That's not how I perceived it. Maybe. I don't know.
Sure. I mean, but you're telling me that a lot of people told you afterward that no one really liked this guy because he had a hot temper.
Yeah.
So next,
Okay. Well, maybe we both were. I don't know.
sure, sure, right? And if you kind of think about it,
Yeah.
like who could be prone to violence? If there are two people at the bottom of the social rung and you make a comment that contradicts someone and you're knocking him
Hmm.
towards the bottom, like he doesn't want to be at the bottom.
Uh, I okay. Just as an aside, like I didn't really expect this to be what we were going to talk about. I thought we were going to talk about black pill and red pill.
We can talk
Um.
about that if you want to.
Oh no, I'm completely fine talking about whatever you want to talk about. If this is the route it's just not what I was expecting. I'm
I
fine with it. Like I have no problem.
I think we are talking about black pill and red pill.
Okay. Cool. So what was the question again? I'm sorry, I
Yeah, so
forgot.
I was just anyway. So here's another question. So, what are the different reasons why someone would not come to your defense besides social standing? Are there other reasons that you can think of?
They don't want to start shit. They don't want to get in a physical altercation.
And how strong do you think that reason is?
Well, this is a pretty big dude, and he had a full beard, so maybe pretty high. And it was just in the middle of a classroom, so yeah, I don't know, probably pretty high.
Okay, so I'm kind of like leading you here, Discord, but like I'm kind of curious because you shared a story
Hmm.
about someone made a comment, you contradicted the comment, they smacked you, and no one did anything. And then the way that you told
Hmm.
the story the first time around is this was because I had low social
Yeah,
standing. And then I asked you a second question, and then you
I don't
said,
think he
well,
smacked me because I had low social standing. I think nobody did anything because I had low social standing.
right.
And and this is kind of I personally feel as though this is an irrelevant story because this isn't really what's on my head in my head like the majority of the time when I'm and I understand, as a psychiatrist you're probably you you think this is a some scar, like I'm assuming that's
Yeah.
influencing
Yeah.
the way that I, see
100%.
yeah.
My dude.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I understand that. But okay, yeah. Yeah,
What do
okay.
you understand about that? And by all means, say, but like you're allowed to disagree. You're the expert. But what do you understand about that?
Okay, I don't think I'm an expert, first off. Okay. But okay, here's something. I understand that I have certain some scars that lead me to thinking a certain way, but then I'm thinking about, okay, on the topic of because here's what I was thinking. I sometimes I think about like if I were in a conversation with you, how would it go? I've thought about this before, so that's part of. I don't know if that's part of why I'm nervous, but I think about it like in the shower or just going about my day. And I was thinking like he's obviously going to say we're going to dig into things that would be some scars. So what would I say in response? Because as it pertains to black pill, and basically I remember Googling what a some scar was, and I remember it was on a Wikipedia page or something, and it was talking about how it was a negative. I think it pertained to like negative memories, but I was like, well, there can be positive some scars that influence the way you perceive the world and how reality functions. And I remember you talking about you wanting to become a monk and like how this was like your like big life goal. You wanted to try to become enlightened. and uh, and you said, but what happened was I had a kid, or yeah, I think what you said is I had a kid, and I basically gave up the idea of me becoming unattached to the world because, once I had my kid, it didn't seem like a reasonable goal or something along those lines. Like you can correct me, and uh, and so I thought, okay, I'm sure Dr. K would disagree with the black pill, but at the same time, like his strongest attachment in his entire life is to his uh, wife and his kids are daughters. And so obviously, to accept the black pill as valid or anything like that would be to question, the I guess I don't have a better word, but the validity of like the highest things in his life. And so he has positive samskars that are going to influence his. I have negative samskars that are going to influence mine. It's kind of hard to get like an objective view on this because I feel like regardless of if you're black pill, red pill, blue pill, wherever you fall, whatever your opinions are on this, like everybody's going into this with like quote emotional energy unquote. And so I try and look at, and I understand there is a confirmation bias I have when I'm looking at these things, but I look at data, and I feel like when I look at data, it supports my viewpoints, and
What?
I feel like, mhm,
Okay, so
sorry,
I'm gonna jump it. No, dude, this is great. So let me tell you
okay,
what I heard. Okay,
okay,
Discord.
yeah,
So I
for sure,
heard, look, man, there's this black pill philosophy, right? And like Dr. K is gonna disagree with the black pill philosophy,
yeah,
and this is where you're gonna use my weapons against me, right? And what you're going to do is you're going to say, well, like, look, I can understand why Dr. K would not understand the black pill philosophy
yeah,
because the some scars he's got are so positive and so powerful. Here's a
hmm,
man who is married and has daughters who love him. Of
yeah,
course, he's not going to be black pilled. But the whole point
yeah,
of black pill is there are people out there that exist that do not have people who love them. And it's kind of apples and
well,
oranges. And like,
right.
it's easy to not be black pilled when you're surrounded by people that love you. But the black pill is so true when you're surrounded by people who don't love you.
uh, um, I wouldn't say I'm surrounded by people that don't love me. I wouldn't say that.
Sure, sure. But apologies for the hyperbole at the end. But what I'm hearing from you is that, like, it's reasonable if you've got positive samskars and people who love you, it's reasonable to not be black pilled. But at the same time, if you don't have those relationships and you don't have those samskars, it makes a lot more sense to be black pilled,
Yeah, it'll make you more open to it for sure.
right?
Yeah,
So I'd love to, like, yeah, man, I think you're right.
yeah.
So I'd love to hear what kind of data did you get and what do you believe?
Okay, what kind of data did I get and what do I believe? Well, it's not in front of me right now, but the what I would say the thing that had the
It's
most
inside
impact.
you. Keep going. Sorry. The thing that had the most impact. Sorry, I was trolling you. Apologies.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't understand that. Sorry.
Yeah. No,
Um,
it was seriously a mistake on my part. Go ahead. You said
okay.
the thing that had the most impact.
Yeah. I remember because I was like diving into black pill and red pill content, and there's another samskar for sure that I could talk about.
Let's hear
But
about it.
what do you want to hear first? The
The
data or
samskar.
the? Okay. All right. This one kind of sucks. Like I'm not gonna lie about this one, but I'm embarrassed to talk about it. Like I ain't gonna lie.
So let's pause for a second.
Okay.
Let's
Yeah.
understand. So, okay, time to understand. Okay. So first of all, dude, I'm so impressed with you. Um. I, so if you want to really understand, this is the sum scar, right? So you called it a sum scar, and even going near it, what are you experiencing?
Uh, I don't know. I've never like, I'm like really, I would say in general, like just as a person, like I'm pretty withdrawn. So it's like I don't really talk, and it's like I don't know. Now I'm on a stream. I don't know how many people watching. Like I'm just kind of pacing around the room right now. Um, but yeah, I just feel. I feel. What do I feel? Um, I guess uneasy. I feel reluctant. I feel.
Sure. So we can
What do I
stop,
feel? I
right?
don't
And
know.
I mean that.
Oh
And no
no no
one is
no
gonna.
no no no, dude. No
Why
no.
not?
We're good because I don't know. I want to talk to you for a long time.
Why?
No, because I like your content. Uh, I like what you're doing. I like the whole project. I wish when I was younger, like you were around. I wish I had you in high school. I obviously I don't I don't want to be weird. Like I understand you don't know me and all that, but I wish your content was around when I was in high school, when I was younger. Um, and yeah, you
So
know,
I'm gonna
it
ask
just
you a couple other questions.
yeah.
So sure, you want to talk to me, and that'll have some benefit. But is that the
Mhm.
only reason you're calling in today?
Uh, well, I think that my viewpoints and my experiences are like really in line with a lot of people. Like when I look at the subreddit, like I think a lot of people are kind of having similar things to me. So I feel like I can contribute, and I want to talk to you. And I saw the opportunity. And I
Okay.
was like, all right, let's do it.
Okay.
You know?
Let's do it.
Yeah, man. Okay. So you want me to just talk about it?
I do
Just start
want
going in?
you to, but what's more
Okay, cool. Yeah.
important is
Oh,
what
yeah,
you
no.
want.
I was just wondering if this was a particular time. Okay, let's do it.
Dive in, dude.
Okay. All right. So I was 22. I was almost 23. And then I just want to preface this with I know this is going to sound, I don't know if it's going to sound stupid, but I feel like it's going to sound stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm 22. I'm almost 23. Okay. At this point, I had like absolutely zero experience with women at all, like none. Okay. And, but, I'm trying to get in there, right? Okay. So I don't really know what to do because I don't really have any guidance. So I'm just thinking like, okay, well, I guess I'll make Tinder. I'll do that. Okay. And so I make a Tinder. Okay. And it's like working kinda. It's working kinda. Like I I feel really bad for the dudes who like can't get anything to work at all. I feel bad for those guys because there's some guys who like can't get nothing. Like I have friends that can't get nothing, and for me, I can. You know. Um. But yeah, so I go on a date with this girl. Okay. And it actually goes from my perspective, and it has to be from her perspective. Like the first date goes really well, like extraordinarily well from my perspective. And I have no experience, and I have more experience now, so I can kind of I have a better framework to understand like what happened and whatnot. But it goes extraordinarily well. Like we're having, like I said, I'm generally a withdrawn person, but I remember before I went on this date, I watched a video of yours, and it was called what was it called? It was called the something like the stronger your mask, the lonelier you feel, or something like that. And at this point in time, when I was doing this, like there was a point in time where I was watching your content, and I had started meditating before I had found your content. I think I started meditating when I was 19, and I wasn't doing it that much, and it was kind of sporadic.
Mm-hmm.
But then when I first came onto your videos, uh, you got me like way more into it. Like I did it like half an hour to an hour a day for like 4 months straight
Okay.
up.
Good for
And
you, man.
I was really into your stuff. And this video resonated with me. And so I was like, okay, I was trying to like I guess. I was like, in my new interactions with people, I'm just gonna because I remember I used to go into like these things called sensory deprivation tanks
Uh huh.
quite a bit, and I realized like I don't know if this is true or if this sounds stupid, but it was like when I'm speaking, like the area I don't know if this sounds stupid, but the area that I speak from, like in my body, can feel different. You know what I mean? And
Okay.
like if I speak like, does this sound stupid?
Just keep going.
Okay. And it's like when I speak like deep, like lower in my body, like down in my body, like lower to the crotch, as opposed to like up in the head, and I just feel it come out. Like it's more like it's less of a thought and it feels more like,
Real.
yeah, you know.
Okay.
I
Sure.
thought I was like, this is how I'm gonna try and speak. I'm
Okay.
not gonna be like in my head. I'm gonna try and speak down, you
And
know.
what happened?
And I thought it was going really well. I don't know, and I think she did too. Like I told her like because we started making out, and then after I told her, I was like, that was my first kiss, and she did not seem bothered by it at all. She seemed completely fine with it. Um, we started talking about other things. She was 20. She was still a virgin. I grew up very, very Catholic. She grew up very, very Mormon. I just felt like it was going good. I was very attracted to her. I don't know if I think she was attracted to me. And then, so that lasted about, how long did that go? I think we met at like 9 and we kept talking until like 3
Wow.
or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. And it was, we were just driving around in my car because what happened was we were going to meet up. It was during Corona and we were going to meet up at a bar.
So Discord,
Um,
y'all were talking until 3, and then what happened?
uh, oh yeah. And then, she asked me if I was doing anything next day and I said no. And so she invited me to her place. And then I got there, I think at 1 or 2, somewhere in between there, 1 or 2. And I was there until like 12. And then, I thought it was going good. And here's the thing, like now it gets really confusing because like she like damn near ghosted me. And like I understand, I can kind of look and like understanding. Here's the thing, right? Using red pill, like specifically like red pill pickup artistry stuff. I can look at my behavior and knowing what I know now, I can like clearly see things I did wrong that, or quote, wrong, unquote, things I did wrong that had I altered that behavior, I would have had my, you know, quote unquote desired outcome, right? And the thing is like I've like gone really deep on this and I actually implement the things that I've learned. And when I implement these things, the quote unquote desired outcome happens. You know what I mean? Like I know how
Well,
to like finagle these situations. And so when I was acting without any preconception about how I should behave, right? I got ghosted. Whereas when I implement these tools and these oh, hello? Can you hear
yeah,
me?
I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought something happened. Um oh yeah, and then when I implement these tools, it works, you know? I don't know if I went on a tangent,
No,
but
yeah. So Discord got a couple of questions for you. The first is,
for sure.
looking back in hindsight, what were the things that you were sure you were doing wrong?
Uh, I think I was getting too clingy.
How
I,
so?
I was getting uh fuck. Um, well, I guess the first thing that pops in my head is that during our texting afterwards, I was just clingy. Like I was clingy. Like I could send you screenshots. Like it was crazy. I was saying crazy shit.
Like what?
Well, the thing was like I thought because she was telling me she was busy. Oh, I remember I watched another video that like totally fucking what was it? What was that video? It was called Why It's Your Fault You Got Ghosted. That was the video.
Yep.
And like I had a very similar experience to this guy where you were pointing out the dynamic where like you're putting more and more out and then she begins to retreat, but that retreat makes you more nervous, and so you put more and more out. That just causes more retreat. You know what I mean? And that's just
Okay.
kind of what was happening.
Yeah. So you came
But
across
but
as
there,
pretty
there's quite a few things that
sure.
it's like specific things that I can look at and be like, had I not done this, had I done this, had I not,
And so it sounds like you've
because
adjusted your behavior and you aren't as clingy. And that was some of the wisdom
yeah,
that you learned from Red Pill.
uh, yeah, well, yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. Yeah,
So let me ask you, you use this phrase desired outcome.
yeah.
How does it feel to get your desired outcome?
Could you ask that in a different way? I'm not entirely.
What is it
What do
like
you
to
mean?
get
What
your
do you
desired outcome?
mean? Well, initially, I would say the initial stages of that, it was pretty good.
What was good about it?
Uh, Um, well, I guess I had always kind of fantasized about similar situations, and the things I fantasized about and the things that were happening in reality were kind of coinciding.
Cool.
To,
So you were living your
yeah,
fantasies.
yeah,
How's that?
pretty good. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's all right.
right?
Not bad. Yeah,
I mean, are we
it's better than pretty good. It's pretty good.
it's
You
pretty
know?
pretty damn good.
Yeah, for
Okay.
sure, no doubt.
And then what? Is that still where
Oh,
you
and
are
then
now?
uh, uh, right now,
Yeah, I mean,
uh,
I got a sense that it's you said almost like initially getting the desired outcome was pretty good.
yeah, yeah, 100%. By right now, do you mean like right at this particular moment, or
No,
like
well,
after
so
at that
so
particular
yeah,
moment?
it sounded like something has changed for you.
Hmm. Well, my worldview changed.
What changed?
All right. Well, I guess at the at the uh at the end of those interactions, I guess I was in a state of limbo, I guess. Does that? And then when I when I started to find red pill, red pill is what I was initially. I was more into red pill content,
Yeah.
and then when I found that, I wasn't like entirely convinced until I started implementing the things that they said, and it was working. And that's kind of when I became convinced.
And
And sorry, what was the question?
yeah,
I'm not sure I answered the question.
are you like pretty happy with where you are now?
It depends on what you mean. What do you mean? Or I guess I'll just try and answer that. Uh, 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 I, uh, I don't know. I don't know. That's a hard question.
You speaking from the nuts or you speaking from the head?
Uh, okay. I would say it's not ideal. I would say that for sure. It,
Okay.
it, but it seems realistic. That's the thing. It's not ideal, but it's realistic.
Okay. So now we get to something interesting, Discord. Because here's
Okay.
what I'm hearing from you.
Yeah.
I'm hearing the nuts saying no, and the
Yeah.
head saying how much better can it possibly get.
Yeah. 100%.
What do you think about that?
Uh, uh, see, the thing is, it's hard to differentiate. It's hard to know. I don't know I don't know. It's hard to answer this question. I'm not gonna lie.
What do your nuts say?
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah.
What was
Are you happy right now? Are you happy?
okay? If that's like the strict question, I'd say no.
What?
If you'd say, "Am I unhappy?" I'd also say no.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's ask a couple other questions that I think we can figure out where you are. Do you
Cool.
have stuff to complain about?
Uh, like just in general?
Like, so like you had stuff to complain about when you were 15, when you were 20, you know. It sounds like you fixed a lot of stuff in your life.
What do you mean? It sounds like I fixed a lot of stuff. What
Well, so
do you mean?
so you painted a picture of, a 5 foot manlet who was at the bottom of the social ladder,
Hmm.
who probably didn't date at all in high school, played a lot of video games, got smacked for opening your mouth, and then you started to like grow, right? Like you were like, "Hey, I'm going to like get better at this stuff."
Yeah.
You had this first date, you figured out how to date on Tinder, you were getting a couple of dates, so you're like
Oh,
probably yeah.
and it's not just in this realm. Like there's a lot of things that I like. I was like, okay, I changed a lot.
Yeah,
Like I changed a lot
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
in a lot of different ways.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Right. So
Yeah.
that's what I
Okay.
say when it sounds like you fixed a lot of stuff and then you were like, what kind of stuff? And they're like, this is just what we've heard about. But it sounds to
Okay.
me like you've gotten your life on track.
In some ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then you also were living the dream for a little while, right? Because here's 22-year-old
Short period
you
of time.
dating this Mormon virgin or on a date with this Mormon
Ah,
virgin and then you get
I'm not gonna lie. That was I'm not gonna lie. That was a big part. That was like I was pretty, I guess, insecure about that. And when I heard that, like it made me a lot more comfortable. Yeah.
that you were dating someone who was a virgin, and if you were dating someone who wasn't a virgin, then you would have been really insecure.
Uh,
Is that what you mean?
more so for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So and so then like you got clingy, right?
And
Did
I'm
you
not gonna
fall
lie.
in
Like,
love, Discord, in that 24-hour period?
listen, man. I don't know.
What do your nuts say?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we both
Yeah.
know the answer is yes,
All right.
right? So why do you say, "Listen, man, I don't know" when I ask you the question? Do you understand? Like, what do you think?
Why do I say that?
Yeah, why do you say "I don't know" when we both know?
I'm embarrassed.
Absolutely. What's embarrassing about falling in love?
It's too quick. I don't know.
I mean, that's usually how it happens, my dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I don't.
Dude, men fall in love, especially like in 24 hours, like all the fucking time. Like, you went on one date, you were driving around for 6 hours, you met her the next day at 1 p.m., and y'all hung out for 11 hours. Right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it's like when you fall in love. And I think here's the thing, right? So, like, why do you resist it? You resist it because people who fall in love with chicks after 24 hours and then get ghosted, what do we call those people? Discord.
I don't know.
Losers.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know about that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Then what's
Uh,
embarrassing about it? Like, we get embarrassed about things that are bad, not things that are good. Well, maybe. No, sometimes we get embarrassed about things that are
okay.
good.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Right?
I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't know. Like I'm just withdrawn in general. So it's like I don't.
Okay, so
I don't
so
think, yeah.
maybe I'm wrong there, but generally speaking, and maybe I'm just like projecting my own experiences,
Okay.
but like when you fall in love with someone who ghosts you, you feel like a fucking loser,
You feel terrible.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
For
not
sure.
saying you are one,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
like,
No, I didn't get that impression.
the harder you fall, the more the ghosting hurts. It's
Mhm.
like whiplash, right? Like,
Yeah.
y'all spent in a 48 or not even 48-hour period. If we start the clock at 9 p.m., 6 hours
Yeah.
together, till 3 a.m., 8 hours apart, and then 11 hours together.
Mm-hmm.
You guys spent 17 out of the last 25 hours together.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's a virgin. You're a virgin. You kissed her. You told her your
I'm
dirty little
embarrassed.
secret.
I'm embarrassed that that's a part that I think about. But yeah, that was part of that.
And if I'm saying something that's out of line, please let me know. But like,
Oh
I'm
no,
just trying to
no,
like.
you're good. No,
I
it's fine.
think your experience is so real, dude. You told she was your first kiss.
Yeah.
You told her she was your first kiss. She didn't
Yeah.
call you a
I was
loser.
told not to say that. I was told by people
Of
not
course,
to say that. But
yeah,
like,
right. Like you don't tell people
Yeah.
that, and then like she accepted you anyway.
Yeah.
And how did that make like? Because like, what did you before you told her, "Hey, this is my first kiss"? What were you thinking?
What was I thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you remember, but
No, I do. Um, what I was thinking is I was thinking about your videos.
okay.
I was thinking, yeah, I was thinking about the video I watched before I left. It was like the stronger your mask,
Okay.
the lonelier you feel. And so I was like, okay, well, this is something I want to say, and I know I want to say it, and I know I probably shouldn't say it, but I got to say it.
Well,
So I just said it.
I commend you. That's not the answer I was expecting. Because
Okay.
what I was imagining is that
Yeah.
we're terrified to say that. We're terrified of rejection. Right?
I didn't get the feeling that you put.
Yeah, I mean
Point.
that's great. So you watched a video that we made and it helped you be authentic in a moment and connect with another human being, which is exactly why we make the videos, because we want people to have those kinds of things. And
Okay.
right,
Yeah.
like so cool. But like I think the story that you're telling is like amazing, dude. And I can
Okay.
understand why it's so embarrassing. I don't think it's actually that. I mean, to me, it doesn't sound like you really made any mistakes, but beyond maybe being clingy afterward. But I mean, it sounds like the story of someone falling in love. That's what it sounds like. Like people make movies about this shit,
Okay.
right?
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Right?
sure.
And then why is it so embarrassing? And are you smiling right now?
Yeah.
What's behind the smile? You
Uh,
feeling
I don't know. I
embarrassed?
always smile when I'm uncomfortable. I don't know.
So you are feeling uncomfortable right now? Do you feel good at all in any way, or just uncomfortable?
I feel validated, I guess.
Yeah, I think.
In a way.
Do you think people, or do you think people's respect for you is high or low at this moment if they're listening to this embarrassing story of your life?
I feel like in this community, it's likely to be high. I feel like outside of this community, it'd be low.
What do you think is the difference?
I don't know. I'd imagine other people who are, uh, I don't know. I guess I don't really know. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's a hard question, and
Yeah.
you're just a gold mine of information, Discord. So I'm mining, dude.
Yeah.
But I think the big difference is that some of the communities out there are very judgmental, and that they
Yeah.
associate experiences with value. So they say if something happened to you as a human, this means you are a less good human.
Mm-hmm.
They don't like, right? Because there's like winners and losers, and the story that you just told is the story of a quote unquote loser. Does that
Yeah.
make sense?
Yeah.
That's why it's embarrassing to tell. But like, I don't see a loser. I see someone who took a chance, fell in love, and got burned because they couldn't
Yeah.
handle the emotions. Did they make mistakes? Sure. But I also I'm talking to a person who grew from that experience, gets laid more often now, is really happy
Yeah.
about the progress they've made in a big part of their life, and is still somewhat unhappy because there's an emptiness in their life.
I mean, it's not even that great. You know what I mean? I would have put.
Okay, go ahead.
I would have preferred to have been with that chick.
And what would your red pill brethren say about that?
What would they say? Um, I don't know exactly what they say, but what would they? I don't know what they'd say about that specific situation. They'd probably say I was a bit deluded.
What would
They'd for
they
sure say
say
I was
about
deluded.
you wanting to be with her instead of all the women that you're fucking now?
Okay, I'm not like crazy. I don't get that much, but
Okay.
if it they I don't think they would say not to, but they'd say to be realistic. It depends on the person. Like it's a pretty big community. There's a lot of different people say different
Sure.
things.
So last time I hung out in the red pill community, they had a term for this.
One-itis?
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
what do you do with one-itis in the red pill community?
You keep it in check.
And how do you do that?
I don't. You
Is
don't get it.
huh?
You don't get it.
Absolutely. You demonize it, right?
Yeah.
It's a bad thing
Yeah.
to be in love.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
It feels realistic.
What feels realistic about it?
Um, what feels realistic about it? It. I don't know. I'm just gonna kind of repeat the same thing. It's like the way it actually functions.
Okay. So let me try to see if I understand. So like you fell in love, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
in a sense she was the one that got away. Right?
100%.
And when we
Yeah.
when we pine over her and
Yeah.
we stop moving forward in life, this is the worst case of one-itis. Which for people, can you explain what one-itis means?
It's when you're only looking at one chick, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't
right.
exactly know.
So I
Yeah.
think in normal language we call it being in love.
Okay.
And what the red pill community has managed to do is demonize it and say that it is a bad thing.
Yeah.
Right? Because does the red
Yeah.
pill community talk about being in love?
No. Or
Right.
it's well, yeah, but they say it's delusion. That's
Okay,
that's
right.
what I think the majority say. Yeah.
Right. So like which is and I, you know, I kind of get where they're coming from, right? So because here's the thing, because if you look at it in reality, like what was the cost and consequence of you falling in love, Discord?
Uh, I don't know. Would it sound? This is gonna sound stupid, but it was like straight up probably one of the worst things ever.
Absolutely.
It was terrible.
It is terrible.
Yeah.
And that's why we demonize it. Right? So like here's a community and we're like, okay, I fell in love and it sucked. It was the worst. It was the best experience of my life until it got taken away, and then it became the worst experience of my life.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah.
Right?
And it was so quick.
And it was so quick. And it caused me to behave like a little bitch.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
for
stopped
sure.
treating myself with self-respect.
Ugh.
I chased after
Yeah.
her. She slammed the door in my face, and then I
Oh,
let it ruin
yeah.
the next 6 months of my life.
Oh, dude.
And then I
Yeah.
took this thing called love. I extracted it from my body. I squeezed it to death. And then I started getting laid. And that
Yeah.
felt great, right?
It was better than the alternative.
Absolutely. Now I'm the one
Yeah.
in power. I'm the one in control.
Yeah.
Feels a lot better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So here's
sure.
here's the thing that I think is a little bit tricky though. When you talk about, so I think you came a long way, and there's a lot of like good stuff that I can see you've grown a lot, like your life has improved. Sure, you're not, Chad Thunder cocking it out there, but it sounds like you are able to engage in relationships. You're able to like get some amount of female attention.
Yeah.
You're able to fulfill some of your sexual fantasies and whatnot.
If I had to describe it in black pill terms, I would say I sit like there's Chad Light, I know too much about this. But there's Chad Light, high tier Normie. I'd say I'll probably like sit between high tier Normie and Chad
Okay.
Lightish area is where I'd describe myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that there's your life has gotten better, right? Because Red Pill taught you a couple things. They taught you about how to keep your emotions in check, how to not be like completely emotional with people.
Yeah.
And
100%.
but what I'm hearing from you, which has been my experience of working with people in this community, is that is this kind of idea like this is as good as it can get, right?
Right now?
No, not right now in general. Like this is like so sure you can maybe you can upgrade from you can move fully into Chad Light and then with time and effort you can fully ascend to the level of Chad.
Uh, mm, Maybe, yeah.
Maybe. And I get that you're blackpilling too, so there's, maybe you've plateaued if you're
Yeah.
if you're
I
taking
feel
some
like
of
I'm
the,
close to plateau.
yeah, so we'll get to that in a second. But
Okay.
like this is the real challenge is that I think this sort of idea that this is as good as it can get, I agree with you. If you're unwilling to let yourself fall in love.
Yeah. But I don't think it's real. That's the
What's
thing.
not real?
Love. I don't think romantic love is real. I think you can the variables that induce it, you can easily control for. I guess before I thought it was kind of like this ethereal type thing that just kind of happens. And now it's like I can just kind of I know
Discord?
what I need
Have
to
you been
control
in
for.
love since that girl?
No.
Have you controlled
No.
all the variables?
Yeah, I've been trying to.
And what is the result of controlling the variables?
It's not happening, but I'm trying to make it not happen.
Exactly.
Here's the thing. I think I could make them. I think I could, if I wanted to, make them have them do it with me by controlling the variables.
Yeah, but what about you? Do you get to love?
I can't because I know how it works.
Okay.
And when you know how it works, it kind of takes it all out of it.
Well, so sort of, right? So you've been in love once and it didn't work out.
Yeah.
And so you used to play a lot of games, right?
Yeah.
Like if you queue up, what'd you play?
I mainly played I played League, Overwatch, CS:GO.
Okay, great.
I
Beautiful.
played quite a few.
Right,
Those
so-
types of games, like team-based online games.
Yeah, and so like what I'm hearing is that you queued up once, you had one fight, you lost the match, and you're like, this hurts so much, I'm never gonna queue up again. And I'm not disputing that you can emotionally manipulate people into falling in love with you. But
Yeah.
but I think the real problem with what I'm like problem in the sense that what makes me so I care about you. I've cared about you from very early on in this conversation. I'm not quite sure why. I'll have to explore that myself at some point while I'm sitting there meditating or walking around a pond or something. But I do care about you. And I think you're an amazing person. I think it's amazing that you're a part of this community. I think you've got some of the biggest sets of nuts that I've heard across Discord. I think the reason that you called in today is not for your benefit. I think you called in for other people.
I don't know. I feel like I'm representing the people. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, kind of.
Right? So you say that I wish you were around when I was 15. So what you're doing right now is you're being around for 15-year-olds. Do you feel that?
I don't know. I don't know.
I feel it. Because I'm not the one who's actually showing up today, dude. Do you get, like, you may not be able to get that. That's okay. You don't have to either. But I ain't doing shit. Does that make sense or no? Like who's doing the lifting?
I feel like for the people watching, it might be me, but for me in this situation, I feel it's more so you.
And
You know what I
that's
mean?
what's so beautiful. I'm going to lift you and you're going to lift up the internet. That's how this
All right.
works. But the person who this is hard for is not me. You're the one who has to tell this fucking embarrassing story that made you feel like a loser in front of, I don't know, like thousands of people on the internet. The one
How many
who's
people
paying
are
the
watching?
price
I have
is
no idea.
you. The one who's
Pardon?
paying the price is you.
I guess. It doesn't, to me, I don't feel like I'm paying a price. Like, I'm happy to be here. I'm
Yeah,
happy to talk to you.
I'm happy you're here too.
I, I
Eh,
don't feel like this is a price. I'm uncomfortable, but I don't feel like it's a price. Like, I
Yeah,
wanted to do it.
yeah. So there are lots of interpretations to that, but maybe I'm reading too much into it. But I see you absolutely operating at least at Chad Light, if not true Chad. And that's okay. I think this is the beauty of what we do here is that people show up and they like share and yeah, we're gonna help you some. But I think it's honestly like beautiful to hear you talk. And I think the thing that what I'm really terrified of, and it kind of makes a lot of sense, is that I mean you've chosen to not let yourself fall in love anymore. Right? And
Yeah.
so let me ask you a question. As time has gone on Discord, are you talking from deep within you or are you talking from your head?
Oh, it's all head
What is it?
nowadays.
What does that feel
Yeah.
like?
Neutral.
Right?
Neutral. Yeah.
And so here's the thing. I agree you're plateauing, but I don't think you're plateauing because you're like somewhere near Chad Light. I think you're plateauing because you've taken talking from the nuts and you've removed it from your life.
Yeah.
And
How,
and
what do you mean when you say plateauing then? Because I think we
well,
might be
because
talking
you're
about
not
different things.
willing to talk from the nuts anymore. Right? So
Yeah,
like
but
you're
the less I do that, the better the quote, or I'll say the more efficient I get.
oh, beautiful. Because you just caught yourself. And therein lies the problem. You were about to say, the less I talk from the nuts, the better my life gets. Right? You were about to say that.
Yeah.
And then you said, quote. Why didn't you finish the sentence, the better my life gets? Why is there a quote?
Uh, well, I mean, okay, I'm gonna say something. Okay, so I remember with the first chick, right? I remember I'm trying to be quiet because okay, I'm just gonna look out the door for a sec. Just one sec. Okay, yeah. I don't want anyone I personally know hearing this. That's why I didn't use my real name. But um I remember when I was with the first chick, like even just grinding on her because we were grinding. Like we had our clothes on, but we were grinding. And I swear, even just grinding on her, like that might have been like the best sexual experience I've ever had. Straight up. So it's like because I remember like I lost my virginity like a month after that chick. And I remember like I was having sex with her and I was like, damn, like this is this is all right. This is I don't know. It's not as great, but I don't know. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, so here's what I'm hearing. So I thank you for sharing that. So look, you said quote, right? So here's what I'm hearing. I mean, you're telling me you're creating all these cardinal sins that the red pill community would tries to really not do, which is that grinding with a woman that you're in love with, and we're assuming a heteronormative relationship here for a second, is more meaningful to you than getting laid by chicks. Right? And this is the whole thing is that like so they're going to say that that's better. And it makes sense, right? Because for a while there, you're fulfilling all of your fantasies. Like if you kind of think about the tiers, There's getting rejected by people that you're in love with and not being in control of your emotions and all that crap, which is awful. And so what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of the love. And if we get rid of the love and we take our emotions and we take our inner being, or we take those nuts and we stop talking from the nuts, then I can become a manufactured version of myself. And then I can play these games and I can use these techniques. I can start playing Factorio and I can manipulate people into having sex with me. And even more, right? I can manipulate people into being at my beck and call. I can manipulate people into doing all kinds of stuff.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
For sure. I'm not saying you do, but those techniques exist, right?
Oh, yeah. For sure.
And then what happens is this, I don't know if this always happens, but I've seen this time and time and time again, where even the people who are successful end up where you are. And this is where, like, you're not happy, but you don't know the alternative. And now what happens is, why do you say, quote, better? Because it doesn't feel better, but you've been taught it's better. Because this is what better is. And you have a whole lot of people telling you, hey, this is better. And that sort of fits, right? Because this is certainly, like, getting laid is, even with someone that you're not in love with, is way better than getting ghosted by someone that you are in love with. Like, there's no question about that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
And now here's the problem. Because if you want to go beyond that plateau, you actually have to go down first. You've got to stop demonizing love. Because here's the wild thing. All the sexual fantasies that you fulfill, they're going to be so much better if you're doing it if you're someone who's in love with you. And like all the vulnerability that you have, like, you can't be vulnerable with these women. Because then you're not emotionally manipulating them.
But I'm sorry to repeat myself. The thing is, I don't think it's real. So I don't get it. Like, what am I supposed to do?
What do you think is not real?
I don't think love is real. That's like not a real thing.
What the hell were you experiencing when you were 22 and dating this Mormon girl for 25 hours? Was that not real?
It felt real, but it wasn't.
How do you define real?
My perception of what it was
So yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you can go ahead.
So I mean, I think this is what happens, right? So like the way that y'all, and I say y'all, the red pillars, my experience, and by all means, like this may be an unfair characterization, and maybe other people out there have different perspectives, and like, you know, this is just your experience. But what I'm hearing from you is that, because it's like a perfect defense, right? If we say this thing no longer exists and it's a delusion, then it's easy to demonize it. It's like the mother of all defense mechanisms. To be in denial of something that has been a formative part of human experience as long as we have history.
Okay, but here's the thing. Let's say it is real. Okay, let's assume it is. Okay. What are the odds that I could actually get it in my life in a way that's sustainable, and that experience like doesn't happen? Because first you need to.
Odds are really simple.
Yeah.
But
what do you mean?
The answer is it depends.
Okay.
Ask me what it depends on.
What does it depend on?
Whether you try. Honestly, the odds are pretty good. But as long as you don't listen to the nuts, talk exclusively from the head, demonize love, and consider it delusional, the odds are close to zero. And this is what happens, right? So once everyone starts disbelieving that love exists, then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, because no one in Red Pill finds love. Because when they start to feel in love, what do? They call it one-itis and they run the other way. And then they're like, see, love doesn't exist.
Yeah. But are feelings real? Like, Is that what we're defining as real?
You tell me. Do you
It
consider
feels
feel? I mean,
real.
we can get into the metaphysics of what reality is. Sure.
I'm
So
not sure I'm
if you
qualified to
start with the premise that all feelings are false, then sure, then love is not real. I completely agree. But if you can see that anger is real and sadness is real and excitement is real and lust is real and shame is real and guilt is real, if you want to say all that stuff is delusional, go for it. Is that what people say? Do people say that shame and sadness and pride are also delusions?
Not usually. No.
So what's special about love? Why do they discount one emotion and not all the others? And in fact, I see a lot of
I don't think they're saying it
positivity in
doesn't.
Red Pill around a lot of those negative emotions that men struggle with. I think that's one of the best things about the community. They're like, if you feel ashamed of yourself, like do something about it and learn to have pride in yourself and hold your head up high. That's beautiful. Well, and I'm not asking, it's not your place to defend the views of Red Pill. And there may be someone who's an expert who can better. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just, it's just like, this is my observation, which is that, like literally, like what's happening is like the demonization of a feeling, and then people call it delusional. And then since you run it the other way, like, how are you ever going to find it if you're running the other way anytime you see it?
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I feel like I'm repeating myself. It feels real, for sure. It feels real. But the thing is, when you don't understand what the variables are that induce the feeling, it's far easier to convince yourself that whatever it is just some, I don't know, it feels more authentic. And then when you understand the variables, like even if you're acting in an authentic manner, you can still like analyze the situation and see the variables that induced it. So it's not a feeling thing. It's like it's a very outward thing.
Okay, so
You
it
know what I
sounds
mean?
to me like if you're saying that if you can if you can adjust the variables like a technician and it
Hmm.
evokes something, that thing is false because it can be manipulated. Right?
Um, yeah.
If you can manipulate people into falling in love with you by doing all these behaviors and techniques, that means that love isn't real, right?
It's not even that if you're manipulating, it's that even if you're not manipulating, it, the um the structure of it remains the same regardless.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, okay, let's say, like for example, okay, let's say there's a dude who's been a Chad his entire life, right? The variables that, let's say, like I would say, oh yeah, it's highly likely that girls are gonna fall in love with this dude because he's tall, he's attractive, maybe he has good social skills, he has all this stuff, and he's gonna attribute it likely, I would imagine, to, oh, there's just something about me and just something happened and there was something about this situation and it just happened, right? But I can look at it and I can be like, well, if you just tweaked these variables that you likely don't attribute to whatever it is that you are, like these aren't the things that you're thinking, you know, you don't attribute it to yourself and you don't think this is the reason behind why these feelings came to exist. But if you were to manipulate these, regardless of how you feel about it, the situation's going to change. So it doesn't matter whether you're red pilled, blue pilled, or anything. The actuality of how it functions is the same. It doesn't matter how you feel about it or what you think about it. It just is what it is.
So I'm confused. Why are you saying that love is not real? What makes it disqualified as real?
I'm saying the feeling is real because the feeling is real.
Okay.
I'm sorry. This is why this. I don't know if I'm articulate enough to.
No, I
I'm
think
sorry.
you're. I mean, so if there's a failure of understanding, it's not yours, it's ours. So this is where, because this is what I heard from you is that like if I can, okay, let me see if I understood you. So if I'm a Chad, a 10 out of 10,
Yeah.
more women will fall in love with me, right?
Yeah.
And then we kind of say, well, okay, so hold on a second. Does that mean that love is based upon particular qualities?
Yes, I would say so.
So instead of this weird romantic Romeo and Juliet stuff, at the end of the day, if you're 6'4", you're ripped, you're handsome, you've got a nice head of hair, you drive a nice car, more people will fall in love with you, right?
Yes.
So does that mean that love is more real or less real, or that there are particular circumstances that are more likely to evoke it?
I would say less real and the
Okay.
and what you followed
So
up with.
so that is the most romantic view of love I've ever heard. Okay,
What
and
do you mean?
I'll explain myself in a second. So I would completely agree that that more women will fall in love with a handsome man. It is easier to fall in love with a handsome man. I completely concede that point. But this is where things get a little bit tricky, because I think there are all kinds of variables that can authentically evoke very real experiences in other people, right? So if you're handsome, you can evoke love. If I'm a parent and I yell at my child every day and I'm physically abusive, I will evoke shame and low self-esteem. So there are things that I can do that will evoke things in other people. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I just don't think love is any different.
Yeah, it's not. But the thing is, like, the things that I would prefer, or I would imagine most people would prefer, the qualities that you would want to evoke it aren't the qualities that actually evoke it.
Okay, but
Completely
so
separate.
now we're talking about preference of, do you wish the world was different? Do you wish love was based on some intrinsic beautiful essence as opposed to being 6'4"?
Yeah.
And this is why I said you have the most romantic view of love. Because the view of love that you want is the love that conquers all and transcends natural bounds. Is based on that intrinsic thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, like, I don't even know that we're necessarily disagreeing. I understand what you're saying. Like, I think that there's a lot of merit to people are more likely to fall in love, like, when people are attractive. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So tell me, what is the highest number on a scale of 10 that you've been on a date with?
It depends on, like, is it a bell curve? I don't know.
Sure.
It depends on what you mean. Like, I would say top 20th percentile, maybe top like 15th percentile.
Top 15th percentile. Okay, let's do that. Okay.
Somewhere in there. It's because it's kind of objective, but kind of subjective.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
what's the highest percent? And Discord, are you doing okay? Because I'm enjoying myself, but I don't want to be doing this at the expense of you. I think you're awesome, dude.
No,
Okay.
I'm
so
really fine.
best percentile. Okay, let me think about this. Whether I want to ask this question or not. So I feel like asking it, but you don't have to answer it. And please let me know if it's. What's the most attractive percentile that you've gotten a desirable outcome with?
Could you answer the question again?
Yeah. So like we're talking about desirable outcomes, right? So how high have you batted in terms of desirable outcomes? Like, are we still talking top 15%? Or
are you saying, like, what's the highest percentile that I've ever been attracted to?
Nope, that you've had your desirable outcome with.
What do you mean desirable outcome?
Whatever you meant with desirable outcome.
Was I talking about, like, what I consider a desirable outcome right now, or what I would have considered it
you know what?
back in the day?
Actually, we can just skip it. That's okay. Sorry. So,
Okay. Right.
you've been on a date with someone who's in the top 15 percentile, right?
Yeah.
And so, so now let me ask you, where on the percentile was the Mormon girl?
Uh, I I'm not gonna lie. I'd probably say top 25th at least. Um, but I perceived it to be higher at the time.
Hmm. So why is it that you're not falling in love with the 15th percentile and you're falling in love with the 25th percentile?
I don't think it's the only factor. I never said that.
Yeah,
But I do think that there's levels at which it's just there's a cutoff point.
sure.
And here's the thing about red pill, black pill. Like people always talk about female nature, female like men have a nature too. It is what it is. Like I can look at myself and I can be objectively honest and say like someone in like the bottom first percentile, I probably couldn't. You know,
Sure.
like I don't want to. I hope that doesn't sound like too douchey, but it just is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think Discord. I don't agree with a lot of what you're saying. So is it easier to fall in love with more attractive people? Sure. Is it
Yeah.
harder to fall in love with less attractive people? Sure. So I think that
Yeah.
the challenges that I have with a lot of the philosophy that you're espousing, and I don't know if this is, I actually agree with just about everything you said. I think the only thing that really concerns me, and this is something that I've seen time and time again, is that I think at some point the way that you are reacting to people is going to determine what you find. So all this stuff can be true. Like we can cite statistics, and I've looked at a ton of statistics about dating and stuff. And I actually don't think that a lot of people in the red pill community like really know science very well. So they'll like cite some statistics, but generally speaking, I haven't heard, and I haven't dug too far into it, and this could be unfair, but everyone talks about like, men have a nature and women have a nature. But
Mhm.
like, what is the scientific evidence behind the nature that you're talking about? And
Okay.
furthermore, what,
Oh,
yeah,
sorry. I remember earlier in the conversation, there was kind of like a fork in the road. We were going to talk about the stump scar, the data,
yeah,
and and obviously, like, I'm not qualified. Like, you're far more qualified to look. But the data that like really, I would say, kind of cemented black pill ideas in mine was it was a page called the scientific black pill, and it's just a list of like probably hundreds of citations of different studies. Now, obviously, I'm not qualified to like I don't really know, but I can read the abstracts of these studies and I don't know. I don't know, dude. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know. I don't know. But it was convincing to me.
sure.
I would be curious to like if you would look at it. Obviously, you can't look at it right now. Like it's a
Yeah,
pretty
so I'm
extensive
I'm
thing.
happy to look at it. And like just at the beginning of the stream, I don't know if you're around, but I just cited a couple of studies that I think are consistent with the experiences in philosophies of red pill and black pill. We actually have like more data now that is coming out. So the really bizarre thing about this whole movement is based on my reading of like the data and stuff, they really had no idea what they were talking about early on. But the more data that comes out, the more right it appears they could be.
Hmm.
Because like this
Maybe.
idea that anyway, so like this idea that women have a nature, like sure, women have a nature and men have a nature because human beings are we determine biology based on averages and populations. But like there really isn't an acknowledgement that I can see much that individuals there's like a wide range of stuff of individuality within a gender. So on average, you can say yes, men are more this than women, or women are more this than men. So there are studies that have been done that will show that, for example, like what men look for in a long-term relationship. If you ask 1,000 men what do they look for in an individual relationship, and you ask 1,000 women, what do you look for in
This is an issue. I think that when you listen, I think there's a large discrepancy between what people usually say and the way people usually behave.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So that's a concern of all research, right? Is that when you survey people, they will say one thing, and there's a discrepancy between, there's an issue of external validity. Completely agree. But then the question kind of becomes, and now we're kind of getting off track, but when you say there's a discrepancy between what the research says and what your experience says, which one do you think is more scientifically correct?
What the research says and what my experience says?
Yeah, right? Because you're saying that, well, people say one thing and they do something else, right?
Mm-hmm.
How are you judging what they do? Like, how are you measuring what they do?
Well, it's my experience, and it's also the experience of many others. Obviously, it's not scientific, but when you're testing out the ideas and it's working, when you're online, and when everybody else who is testing, or it seems like everybody else who is testing out the ideas, it seems to be working, and the only people who dispute the ideas are those who aren't actually actively testing them. It kind of leads you to believe, the red pill conclusions.
Yeah, so I think there's an issue there, because when you say the only people aren't testing them, that I think is a fallacious jump. But I completely agree that there is a selection bias, that people who believe in the red pill are the ones for whom it works.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then what happens?
I think it would work for everybody if they tested it.
That's what you think. And why do you think that?
Well, because it's worked for me and all the other people that are trying it.
Not all the other people that are trying it. It's worked.
Some people are like too low on the I guess the totem pole for it to work.
I agree that when it worked for you, right? And so therefore it's a very natural human thing to think that it'll work for other people. Right?
Yeah.
And then you hang out
100%.
with a bunch of other people for whom it worked. And so y'all all agree that, hey, this all worked for us. So now we have 1,000 people for whom it all worked. And so it's very natural to extrapolate that, hey, if this worked for all 1,000 of us, it should work for everyone else. Mm-hmm. So what happens when someone comes along and says, hey, this didn't work for me?
Well, you got to look at where he's maxed out, I guess, and where he's not maxed out. Perhaps he doesn't actually know how to implement it. Perhaps he's
so now we're getting into dangerous territory. Because when someone is coming to you and says, it didn't work for me, the response is, you're not doing it right.
That would be my first response, yeah.
So now what are you doing with the contrary data points? You're removing them from your sample size.
Yeah.
And so when you remove data points that don't fit your conclusion, what's the conclusion that is going to feel objectively true?
The one I already had.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And there's a counter argument to this too. I'm not trying to bully you.
No, it's fine.
Because the counter argument is also that so here's the counter argument, which is that when you first applied the techniques, you didn't do it perfectly. And as you iterated on it, you discovered their truth.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's a completely fair thing, because the other thing is that the people in the community who continue to iterate, why do they disregard the data points of people who don't do it right? It's because you yourself didn't do it right and it didn't work. And then you started doing it right and then it started working. So of course you are naturally going to assume that if this guy isn't working, it's not working. He needs to do it better because it wasn't working for me. I did it better and now it's working for me.
Yeah.
So I just think that, so there's not, I think it makes sense. Kind of just, and now we've kind of gotten all over the place, but I want to just come back to what's this been like for you, Discord?
Uh, how's it been? What do you mean?
Yeah, how you
How's it
feeling
been?
about today?
Uh, I'm happy to be here. I already, yeah, I like the channel and I'm happy to be here. I wanted to talk to you. Like I wanted to talk to you for a while.
It,
I thought it'd be interesting and yeah, I'm happy to,
I,
I feel fine. If you think like you're talking about like you don't want to bully me, like I don't feel bullied at all.
okay.
I feel
Yeah,
completely
that's
fine.
I was a little bit concerned because we started like getting into stuff where I was like not listening. I mean, I was sort of listening to what you were saying, but my goal has been, so first of all, Discord, you seem like an incredibly thoughtful guy. You sound like a good person to me. I think your decision to come on stream today was very brave and probably helps other people a lot more than it helps you. The one thing that I would, are you taking away anything from this conversation that you think could help you?
Can I be honest?
Yeah.
Honestly, not really.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with that. Like I don't think it's your job to do that. But
So, yeah.
yeah,
So, we
not
were
really.
here to hear about your perspective. So, if I
Hmm.
can be honest with you, I think if I had asked you that question a half hour ago, the answer would have been different.
I'm gonna rewatch this for sure. Like I know I'm gonna do that.
Because I
But
think that, so here's the thing that I would encourage you to think about, which is this, and you're the one who came up with it, and I think you're the one who knows it, that you can live from your nuts or you can live from your head.
yeah,
And like, you know what it's like to be in love. And I can tell you, bro, like when you have that feeling and you get laid and they stick around for year after year after year after year after year after year after year, and you continue to get laid and you have kids and you like go on vacations together, like it's tops. When you were talking about the positive some scars that I have, you were damn right, dude. The challenge
yeah,
is that here's the risk. And this is what I think you're going to have to think about. The problem is that in order to open yourself up for that unconditional acceptance, you have to risk unconditional hurt.
yeah.
That's the reality that I think I don't know if Red Pill and I agree, but when they say one-itis leads to pain and suffering and is the stupidest thing you can do, I will agree with them. The thing is,
Yeah.
when you just
Sure.
remove living from a part of yourself, and as you put it, a deeper part of yourself, a part that feels more authentic, life becomes more, and you've used this word so much, neutral.
Yeah.
And that's what happens when you divorce your heart from your head. You call it nuts. I like that way better. You know? And that's what you've done. And it makes sense. Like it's protective. But that's the hard thing about life is like you can live in a safe way and you can be okay and fulfill some of your mental fantasies and do some fun sexual things and like not get rejected and not get hurt. But like that's the thing. I haven't figured out a way to have the good in life without the bad. And then I think what I've heard a lot of people do in Red Pill, which is they just prefer, they say, I can get enough good out of getting rid of this one aspect of my life. Like, this is just what I prefer, which is totally fine. Right? If you decide that, like, I want, this is what I want from life, like, that's totally cool. But I haven't met many of them who are really happy. I've
If
met
they,
many of
yeah,
them who have good lives.
yeah. I
And
would agree with that.
and
I'd agree with that.
and this is where it maybe I just am not meeting the right ones, but then the real question, then we go back to this thing of like, are you not happy because you're not doing it well enough? Like, if you keep doing Red Pill, will you find some level of happiness and fulfillment and stuff like that? Maybe.
I think you could, but I don't think it can come from red pill or
Yeah,
woman or anything like
that,
that.
that's been my experience. But like maybe there's some super successful Red Pill person out there who's like, yeah, I'm very happy. I have the perfect life. I'm very possible. And I think I kind of, in terms of helping you, I would, I started getting a little bit argumentative and challenging towards the end, and I don't think that was really for your benefit. So I
Oh, it's all
apologize
good.
for that.
Don't
But
worry. No, it's good.
the last thing
I'm
that
good.
I would kind of say is, bro, like, if you can, live from the nuts.
If I do in a lot of ways, but not
And
around
how do you
women at all.
feel? Yeah, right? You do from a lot of ways. And how do you feel about the aspects of your life where you live from the nuts?
Uh, it's better. It's better, yeah. I
Right?
enjoy it more. It's more
Yep.
interesting.
Yep. Yep. And that's the challenge, right? So why don't you live from the nuts everywhere else?
Because it doesn't seem like a good strategy in some areas.
You're damn
It
right.
seems like a losing strategy.
Yep. You're right.
Yeah.
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 I think very wise. Very wise. And so you just have to decide over time. Are you willing to play? Because I'll agree with you. I'll concede that it's not a good strategy. But it depends on what your goal is. Is your goal the aversion of pain or to live life to the fullest?
Uh,
Are you playing to
I'm not
win or are
gonna
you
lie.
playing not to lose?
It's weird because I feel like in a lot of ways, in a lot of different aspects of life, I like play to win. But in this one, I definitely play not to lose.
And there you have it,
And
my
and
friend.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not sure I really wanna. I'm not sure I want
Sure.
to change that.
Sure. I don't
You
blame
know.
you one minute. I think it's very wise what you're doing. But I think we've always said in the history of humanity that love is foolish.
Yeah.
So that's good. I mean, I'm not advocating that you change. I'm not. The idea of me helping you is like, I don't know that you need help. What I will leave you with is, if at some point playing not to lose is not fulfilling enough, then I'd say love, my friend.
All right.
Love.
I'll keep it in mind, and
Yep.
I'm definitely gonna rewatch this. And I'm happy you guys have me on and all that. You know, I really like the channel, like I said.
And I gotta
Uh,
commend you, bro. You've made the D's nuts meta, living from the nuts meta strategy in life.
okay.
So that's something that I
Well,
hope takes root in this community, and we use that.
living from the nuts. I think you made that more than me. I said near the groin, but we can change it.
Okay,
It's living from the nuts. It's all good.
you were talking about the nuts though, right?
Was I? I don't remember.
I don't
I don't
know.
remember.
Okay, anyway.
Maybe.
All right. Well, D's
Anyway,
groins. Groin
all
could be.
right.
It's also more gender inclusionary, so that's maybe better.
Yeah,
But
I guess. It's
dude,
good.
thank you so much for calling today.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man.
Good luck to you,
I
my friend.
appreciate it. You too.
Adios.
Alrighty. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. I think. Oh man, there's so many people in the waiting room. I didn't. I was confused about whether we were doing like call-ins or an interview. Okay.
We have two people waiting.
Okay. Let's
Only
keep.
two.
Let's keep going. I don't know if we can do 2 hours with each one, but if we're going, we're going.
Okay.
Hello.
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 Hi.
Hello, my friend.
Yeah. Hello.
Apologies for making you wait so long. I got kind of confused about whether we had multiple people or we had like one interview.
Yeah, that's all right.
Can you tell me what you go by?
You can call me Marius.
Marius. And
Yes.
was there something in particular? Like, so I know it's kind of vague today. So was there a particular reason you wanted to come on?
Yeah. So I want to talk about like my personal experience with like this kind of black pill ideology and how I got out of it.
Oh, wow. I'd love to hear that.
Yeah. The kind of an interesting follow-up, I think, because I used to feel kind of same way as the other guy just now, but now I'm more thinking thinking in line with what you told him.
Wow.
So
Okay.
yeah,
So that's
yeah.
lay it on us, dude.
All right. So I guess I'll just start from the beginning,
Yeah.
how I got there in the first place. Yeah. All right. So I guess like I can start by saying that like the first like piece of like the first feelings I had about myself, like my self-image, is like this one time as a kid where I kind of sat in the shed after being bullied and just thought to myself that boys are either supposed to be smart or strong, but I'm none of them. uh, because yeah, I just
You
never
said you got
really.
locked in a shed?
No, I just sat by myself.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because like just as a kid, I just didn't really connect with anyone.
Okay.
And I had these like I had some experiences where I like had this childhood girlfriend thing. But both of those ended kind of poorly. The first one ended because nobody really liked me, so all the other girls forced her to break up, or else they
Oh my
wouldn't be
God.
friends with her anymore.
Wow. So you
Uh,
had a girlfriend?
yeah, but this was like I don't know how. This was like I was 8 years old, so it doesn't really count.
Okay.
um, um, and then I tried another time when I was like 12. Asked the girl if she wanted to be with me. She said yes. And then after a few weeks, I realized, or my friend told me that that she was actually trying to get with him because like she was using me as a proxy to be more around him.
And
So
and you believed him?
yeah, I did.
Hmm.
Uh,
And so what happened after that?
well, I broke up, and she said that uh, she never liked me anyway, that I was disgusting. So I guess I don't know. That's interesting to think. I've never actually considered that he might have been lying. Huh.
So what do you think about her calling you disgusting after you broke up with her?
Hmm. I mean, I feel like I kind of felt disgusting at the time,
Yeah.
so I just confirmed what I already thought about myself.
Yeah.
I
Do
remember
you
I remember this other time where it was this like school dance thing, and I went up to a girl and asked if she wanted to dance, and she said, "You no." So,
and how old
yeah,
were you then?
uh, probably around the same age, like
Okay.
11, 12-ish. And then that uh, quote unquote girlfriend was the last time I had any like romantic connection with someone for 17 years, I think.
Before we
So I
move on,
just,
can I ask you a couple of questions, Marius?
yeah, sure, go ahead.
So, thinking back on it now, let's say that you had a younger brother or nephew or son or something like that who broke up with, was 12 years old, broke up with their girlfriend, and the girlfriend called them disgusting. What what would what would be the different possibilities that you would explain to this person that you cared about why someone would say that?
Well, I mean, the one that strikes me first is just that, I mean, it could just be a defense mechanism because being broken up with hurts. So maybe she was hurt and she lashed back.
Yeah. What do
And
you think about that?
I mean, it's true. And considering like the age, like 12, you're not really emotionally mature yet, so it's very. I would say it's a very common reaction at that age
Yeah.
to, yeah, lash out.
And what effect did her calling you disgusting have on you at that age?
Well, I mean, I guess like the top level reaction was probably like angry that I felt like that my friend was right, that she'd just been stringing me along and deceiving me all this time. But I guess like deep deep down, I probably like believed her that I was disgusting, because yeah, I
And
think
did you
I
ask
kind of
out?
just.
Did you ask out the girl at the dance before or after this breakup?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you were saying 17 years later?
Well, I mean, that was just a dramatic flair. uh, Basically, that was just to emphasize that kind of just all went downhill from there. Because after that, I started kind of just not trying anymore, just isolating myself. I didn't really have many friends, and I just went home to play video games.
What made it hard to try?
I was scared. I just, yeah,
Of?
probably rejection. It's just, there was just something about, like, trying that felt very imposing.
What felt imposing about trying?
I'm not, I'm not really sure. I kind of just remember, like, feeling, like, averse to doing that, because like I had people was interested in, and I had like the desire, but I just couldn't bring myself to like act on it.
So when I like the word imposing. So when I think about something imposing, I think about something that's out of your league. Right?
Yeah.
Like if I'm walking down the street and someone is imposing and walking towards me, I imagine that that person is like bigger and scarier and that the odds are not in my favor. Does that resonate
Yeah.
with you?
Yeah, that's a very good way of putting it, actually.
So, okay. So was it hard to try because, I mean, you sort of tossed out fear of rejection, but I'm almost wondering, was it futile to try?
Yeah, I think I probably did feel that way, because yeah, I mean, my point with like this background story is that this is kind of like the start of something that developed into me just feeling like I I'm unlovable, like I'm undesirable just inherently, and I can't do anything about it. Because like that's kind of black pill. Uh, when I was going through this, like it wasn't called black pilled yet, because this is like, I don't know,
You were taking the
12
black
years
pill
ago.
before it was cool?
Yeah, exactly. I'm a trendsetter, pioneer. Um, but yeah, I mean, as I went on, like when I got like into my teens, and all the hormones, I suddenly, you know, I really wanted to make something happen, to just like not give up before I even tried. So I had like a few instances of like being interested, where I did try to make a move and it just never worked out. And I started to like develop this this feeling that it must be just because I'm just too ugly. Because I was kind of overweight at the time. And so when I started studying after high school, I also started working out, like got in shape, to a point where I at least considered myself somewhat attractive. But it didn't
How did
really.
you get the energy or motivation to get in shape?
That's a good question. It's a while ago, so I'm not really. I think maybe it was just like my body image was like bringing me down, and so I just like it had been bringing me down for a long time. So I guess I just needed to do something about it.
When did you start getting in shape?
I think I was around 19 or 20 years old when I started.
And what else was going on around that time?
I had uh, I had moved out from my parents' place and like started studying in a different city. Yeah, I guess it was also a time where I was kind of having all these fantasies about like turning it all around, like uh, just now I'm gonna be a new person, not the person I've been all of these years. Then then it turns out losing some weight didn't turn me into a new person. Who would have thought? So yeah, I mean, I was still just awkward. Uh, and I had this really weird experience where like the women I was interested in would kind of just preemptively reject me, like before I'd even tried to make a move.
What do you mean by that?
Like, okay, so I would get like to know someone, and we would like start to talking and hanging out, and then just out of the blue at some point, they would just really emphasize that they are not interested in being anything more than a friend. So I mean, I was probably, uh, showing some kind of uh, intentions that I wasn't aware I was showing because I was
What?
kind of socially inept at the time. But
So they let you know that they were. Do you remember what language they used?
um, it was a little variation. Like sometimes it was just straight up just saying it, just in plain language like that. Just hey, I just so you know, like I only want to be friends and nothing more. And sometimes it was like more vague, where they would like kind of sneak it into a conversation, like we were talking about something else, and then they would go something like, "It's nice to have a good guy friend, someone I know I don't have to, or well, someone I know is just a friend and nothing more." Like, yeah, it's just a bunch of
Okay.
different ways.
Okay. And so when they said that, how did you understand that, and how did you feel?
Well, I understood it as like, as I said, like being preemptively rejected. Like they could kind of feel that I was interested, and they wanted to shut it down immediately. And it made me, it just made me feel more hopeless about my ability to be desirable or unattractive, or I mean attractive, unlovable.
Okay.
Uh,
So it
yeah,
confirmed that there's something wrong with you and that you're unlovable.
yeah, it did, and that then led on to me uh, getting a lot into these like proto red pill things. It was this website called Manhood Academy that was like all about
Nice.
women are biologically submissive and they just want you to be assertive and commanding and all of those, all of those things.
Did
So
that
I
appeal
just,
to you?
yeah,
What
it
appealed to
really
you
did.
about that?
Well, it was the solution to the problem that I thought I had. Like,
And yeah, tell me more.
yeah, like I'd just been like a lonely and angry teenager and person in general, and I figured that like what I needed was, a girlfriend to just show that I'm I'm desirable and lovable and all of these things. And here come these people who just like, this is the recipe. This is how you make women like you. And so I just swallowed it up whole.
And did you want to be a man?
Yeah, for sure.
Did they
Like
offer you a path to being a man?
yeah,
And
exactly. Like I'm a pretty short dude, and my voice was kind of high pitched. So it's just I was very, very like insecure about my masculinity.
and what happened next?
Well, I mean, I started trying to implement it. I read all of these guides in the forums. I went on these like Google, like these video chats with the guy who was calling himself Professor Plum. He was like the guru of the site, and I just started trying to, be the kind of man that this place said I had to be in order to be appealing.
And can you?
Which
I'm so curious. What were the video chats with Professor Plum like?
they were really weird because he had this voice changer to make his voice like super high pitch to like keep himself anonymous. It was just, yeah,
How very
it
secure
was
and
just,
manly.
yeah, exactly. And he was just like a very angry and defensive guy. Like, if you ever said anything, disagreed with him in any way, oh man, he just blasted away with all of the ways you are a dumbass for not understanding his genius. But like at the time, I was like so fucking impressed with this guy. Like I saw him and like, yeah, that guy, he really knows what he's talking about. Look how confident he is. Look how well spoken he is. He knows what's up.
Hmm.
And then there was this one girl that I was interested in, and so I started like trying to be this kind of man around her, like being this assertive, confident guy.
Wait. Can I ask you a couple questions?
Yeah, sure.
So, what do you think it was that when this guy was like yelling at you and using a voice changer and stuff? Sorry for laughing. I really shouldn't. But what do you think it was that made you really like respect what he was doing or saying? Like, what was it that made you kind of idealize him?
I think he was like appealing to like my sense of what like a successful man looks like, in the sense that like, he didn't like take shit from anyone. He was like very confident and commanding, and he was successful with women, and yeah, he just had this like vibe that I at the time associated with being a real man.
What was that vibe?
Um, I mean, as I am now, I would describe that vibe as like just being a dick.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
And how did you know he was successful with women?
because he told us.
I see. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
he just yeah. But yeah, so I tried this. It ended with that girl saying something. I think she said, "Why are you treating me like a dog?" And at that point, I uh, didn't really learn my lesson. So I figured I must just not be doing it right.
Yeah. Right.
And
Because she's supposed to
yeah,
be submissive, and so you must
yeah,
just yeah.
yeah, yeah. Cause like they had solutions to this too. That like some women will be like have this play this game where they pretend to not be submissive, but like deep down inside you just have to tame them, and then they'll be submissive and finally be happy because they finally get to be submissive as they've always wanted.
How do you tame them?
I mean, with a whip, just verbally.
Okay.
Yeah, like
And
you just show them who's boss, basically.
and if they no longer if they like never talk to you again, how did they understand that?
Um, you must have done it the wrong way.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and well, I mean, so yeah, so like all of this, I look better. I tried to like change into a real man, and like still nothing worked. So I kind of just gave up a little, like concluded that this must just like be inherently broken. There's just I can't be appealing no matter what I do, no matter what I try.
Okay.
And like that was kind of the peak of my, black pill ideology
And
where
about
I
how old
just
were you at this point?
22 or 23, I think.
Okay. And then what happened
Yeah.
next?
Well, the first thing that happened was that I kind of broke free of that Manhood Academy community in honestly what I now consider a really funny way. Because as I said, I was this angry, lonely teenage guy, and like a classic insecure dude who spends a lot of time on the internet, at least at the time. I was heavily into like this like atheism aspect, like just believing myself to be so much smarter and better than religious people. Because like, oh, they're so stupid for all of the things they believe. And then turned out that this guy who like ran the Manhood Academy site, he was Christian, and he based a lot of his stuff on the Bible. And now I was suddenly faced with like a split. Like, okay, I'm really into the Manhood Academy thing, and I'm really into the atheism thing, but they don't fit anymore.
Okay.
And it was just way easier to stop believing in Manhood Academy than to start believing in a god. So
Okay.
yeah, so that's
I
what happened.
I think you characterized it really well, Marius. That was one really random or bizarre. I don't remember exactly what
Yeah,
one interesting way of leaving.
yeah. So I mean, yeah, I think it's funny,
Yeah.
but it's I mean that didn't really like cure my self-image. It just
Sure.
stopped feeding me like
Hmm.
the doctrine from there. So I still kind of just went on believing there must just be something wrong about me. I just don't work.
And so what
Broken.
happened next?
Well, I spent a few years doing that. I dropped out of the study, then I had some live with my parents a few years, and then I went on to study, try a new study, and like somehow, when I started there, I kind of just, it was kind of like a switch flipped, where I kind of just started feeling like, less hopeless about it. Like I didn't suddenly believe I was lovable, but I stopped feeling so bad about believing I wasn't lovable. I kind of just stopped caring. Figured like, okay, I guess this is just how it is. This is the life I've been given, so I'll just live it.
Okay, interesting. And you said you stopped getting fed by Manhood Academy. Do you know
Yeah.
if during that time, so it sounds like you were at home and things weren't really like going well for you. Were there any other sources of nutrition that maybe you could have been imbibing? Like
Yeah.
any other
Yeah.
influences in your life that
Yeah, for sure. There was like around the same time where I started studying, I also kind of stumbled upon this YouTube channel. A dude was like reviewing a video game that I liked, so I watched the video. I really liked the video, and I checked out his channel, and he had like some political stuff too, where he talked about like soy boys and you know, red pill stuff, and so I watched those videos too, and it really resonated me because I was like really into that anti SJW, like feminist fail compilation stuff, and this guy, like through his like gaming videos, I kind of discovered his other videos that was like on those topics, and it's just
what is
I
a
was
soy boy?
soy boy. It's this like so there's a lot of people who like believe soy makes you like more feminine.
Okay.
So like
Yeah.
soy boy was like a word for like dudes who eat a lot of soy and is like acting like very effeminate,
Okay.
like betas basically.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and so like that kind of just started changing my worldview, where I like it was like a lot of leftist politics and like feminism and all of these things. I kind of just like put it up against the views I had during Manhood Academy, and at one point I kind of just realized that like, why on earth do I believe that like women are this monolith where like they all want the same thing? Because I know plenty of men and we don't want the same things, but like we are biologically men, all of us. So like, why would women be this one thing if men are so individual? And like, I kind of just followed that train of thought and eventually ended up in a place where I realized I just hadn't really thought of women as people. Like, my only interest in women was what they could offer me as like a potential partner.
Yeah.
And
so,
yeah.
Keep going.
No,
You're a very good storyteller, Marius.
Thank you.
I'm really enjoying hearing about your experience.
Thank you. You sounded like you were gonna interject
I was just
with
curious.
something.
So, like, what happened next?
Right. Well, I guess I'm trying to think of like any significant developments, but I think I think like mostly I kind of just coasted along, just feeling kind of fine with just never being loved. Just like at least I believed I was fine with it. And at some point I started like trying Tinder on and off. Didn't really get a lot of matches and like took it personally. So I just like reaffirmed that I was unlovable, but you know, it was just hmm? Oh, right.
No. Thanks. Thank you.
Sorry, I kind
No.
of lost my train of thought here.
Well, so you were saying that you tried Tinder and it didn't really work great.
Yeah, like over like a span of years, I just tried it on and off, and didn't get a lot of matches. The matches I did get barely talked.
And how did
So,
that experience affect you?
mm, well, I mean, it kind of just made me like depressed because like I think I was kind of like fooling myself into like believing I was fine with being alone, but like by like trying, I was kind of disproving that I was fine with it. I was still like wanting something. I was hoping that if I just kept trying, something would happen, but it didn't. And I felt that my failure on Tinder would kind of just like that kind of just proved the things I've believed about myself for
Okay.
so long.
And what had you believed about yourself? What did Tinder prove?
That there's just something fundamental inside me that's just it's just unattractive that I just can't ever have that in my life, like someone who like finds me attractive and loves me and all of those things. That is just won't work for me.
So, what happened after Tinder?
Well, I kept using it on and off, and after like I'd finished studying and worked for a few years, I downloaded this other app. It was called Kippo. It was like a dating app for gamers.
Hmm.
So I tried to. I set my range to just like all of Norway, and I had seen all the profile after like 1 hour of swiping, so it wasn't a very very popular app. But against all odds, I eventually did connect someone. So she and I then started talking a lot and eventually met up and started dating.
And how long
And
ago was
I
that?
it started in I think it was September of 2021. Yeah.
Oh wow, so y'all have been together for like almost 18 months, a year and a half?
Well, we would have if we were still together, um, but yeah, like basically that I fell in love and I felt loved and it was it was great. I uh, I kind of just finally felt like I got the last like I'd been working on this working through like convincing myself that like I am lovable and do deserve love. And I think just being loved kind of just gave me the final push into believing, like fully believing that I am worthy of love.
Hmm.
And I felt like I had this idea of this story having some like super interesting turning point. But when I think about it, I guess it kind of just like vaguely, gradually happened over time. That I just got out of this ideology and just think back on it as being misguided. And yeah,
I mean, so it sounds like y'all broke up.
yeah. She cheated on me, and so we're not together anymore.
And how do you feel about yourself and women after that?
Um, it's kind of a. I feel like the answer is kind of twofold here, in that like intellectually, I feel like this doesn't really change anything because she is one person. She's not like representative of women, and she had a bunch of issues, and I kind of like understand how this happened, like in retrospect, and I feel honestly that I'm great. Like I
So
have a lot of great qualities, but like the other part of it is that like intellectually, I genuinely like think that, but like emotionally, I do feel like I guess kind of worthless.
yeah, do you think you're back to being alone in the shed? Or does it feel like you're
Like
back to being alone in the shed?
in like emotionally maybe a little bit, but I also feel like I have like too much like knowledge and opinion and belief to like fully commit to that emotion the same way I did as a child, because as a child that was the one and only truth, all of it. But now it's more like a piece of
Yeah.
the truth.
So, Marius, that was. So, I guess we're to the present day. This is where we are now.
Yeah.
What a beautiful story, dude. I
Thank
mean,
you.
it sounds like it was hard to live through.
Yeah, it's been it's been rough sometimes.
Yeah. And it's really interesting to hear you kind of wonder about turning point versus gradual. But
Yeah.
hearing your story, I think there were lots of turning points, which I guess is maybe what gradual looks like.
Mm.
Can I just share some like observations or reactions to parts of your story?
Yeah.
So I think the biggest shift, if I had to say one thing that I thought was very, very, very has changed, is the way that you react and interpret events. So if we kind of think about like there's almost like this, and this is normal, by the way, there's like this very narcissistic quality to events when we're children. So for example,
Yeah.
like it never crossed your mind that this girl was actually into you, your friend was jealous,
Yeah.
talked crap, got you to break up with her, and then like when you broke up with her, she called you disgusting. But she was actually totally fine dating you until you broke
Yeah.
up with her.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting to think about because like I feel like I had so many signs back then that he did tell the truth, but like trying to remember those things, I just can't
Well,
think of any.
so I would say that the reason I mean, we don't know, right? But like what I think
No.
is consistent is it starts with the shed. So if you
Yeah.
believe you're unlovable and someone comes and tells you, hey, she doesn't really love you, that synchronizes with how you feel. So it feels real to you,
Yeah.
right? Even though there's a very, very, very big piece of evidence to the contrary, which is that she's dating you instead of your
Yeah.
friend.
Yeah.
But that's what happens with the mind, is when we've got like a psychological vulnerability or a belief, we have a cognitive bias that comes with it. And
Yeah.
as a 12-year-old, like, you can't understand that stuff. Like, that's okay.
Yeah.
And then I think there's like a lot of that kind of stuff. So even when you kind of like, so then you've got this idea that, okay, I'm unlovable. You ask this girl out at a dance and she says, you're disgusting. That also, I think, is within the normal realm of reactions for 12-year-olds.
Yeah.
They reject when they don't know how something, like, for all you know, she could have wanted to say yes. She was just like, there's just, all kinds of reasons that someone would say that.
Yeah.
At the top of the list is which they're 12 and they're emotionally immature.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess the I mean, I was 12 too. So,
Yeah, right, exactly, right?
yeah.
And so the problem, though, is that from these experiences, you carry a conclusion about yourself forward.
Yeah.
And then the wildest thing that I heard you say, the thing that I thought was the most cognitively distorted and really distorted from reality, was the preemptive rejection.
Right.
And here's what I heard. You had a friend who cared about you, appreciated you, and valued you.
Yeah.
And their attempt at telling you, hey, I like you as a person. I'm so glad that I don't have to worry about you always trying to get into my pants or things like that. You're a good friend and I value you as a human being.
Yeah.
And that gets interpreted as a rejection.
Yeah. I guess partially because like I kind of was, trying to get into her pants.
Sure. But like the interesting thing is that if you look at like people expressing appreciation for you as a human, if someone sends you a signal, you're a decent human and I value you in my life, and you interpret that as a rejection,
Yeah.
like, how are you ever going to learn that you have value?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I mean, it's kind of interesting. And then there's this whole Professor Plum thing,
Yeah.
which my sense is that, once again, the interesting thing is that I think Professor Plum was very validating, right? Because he treated you the way that you deserve to be treated.
Yeah. I guess yeah.
You're a POS little manlet soy boy, and he treated you like a POS little manlet soy boy.
Yeah.
And then, here's a dude who's out there getting all kinds of game, who spends his free time on a voice changer anonymously abusing lonely men on the internet who have low self-esteem.
Yeah.
And that's what kind of happens, right? Is like when we feel a certain way about ourselves and people abuse us, like, you're talking about it now, it makes it sound really silly, but like, in the moment, there's a reason why people stay in abusive relationships. It's like, that's completely normal. Like,
Yeah.
normal is in common. Like, many, many human beings, like, up to, I want to say 30% of the population, 40% of the population is my gut, engages in relationships like this, where people make you feel the way that you think you should feel or you deserve to feel, and that's why you stay in it. And this is what we see in kind of abusive relationships, is that there's low self-esteem and then there's the abuser. And why does the person with low self-esteem stay in the relationship? It's because it's consistent.
Yeah.
I'm a POS, I'm not worth anything, and this person at least makes sense. And then the other really bizarre thing is that sometimes people will treat you with respect, and then that scares you. And I would venture, if we tunnel down and go through your life with a fine-tooth comb, people probably treated you with more respect than you realized, and it scared you. Maybe not, I don't know, but it's common in these kinds of stories. And then I think you did a... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
It's no, I was just gonna say that it's probable. I'm trying to think about it, but
So I think you did a couple of really, really important things. The first is you said you stopped feeding or eating these communities. And I think
Yeah.
that like, as long as that input is there, like as long as the brainwashing is going on, as long as you're a part of the echo chamber, you're going to continue to radicalize. There's a ton of research on this. So it's a phenomenon called online drift, which is like when I watch one video on YouTube, YouTube is going to present with me like other videos that are actually more extreme versions of what I watched.
Yeah.
And then over time, that's just how algorithmic clicking works. And the reason for that is because what the algorithms are all consistently figuring out is that the same stimulus does not get the same response. You need to up the emotional engagement to get the same rate of clicking.
Yeah.
So I think you did something really, really, really important, which is that you separated from the community, which it sounds like that whole atheistic thing worked out in your favor.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
then you also did one thing which I thought was really, really powerful, which everyone writes books about, which is you accepted. You were like, hey, maybe I'll be, and you phrased it beautifully. I don't know if you even understand what you did, but I mean, you did it, which is the important thing. The rest of it is academic. But you were like, I accepted that maybe I'm going to be alone my entire life. And then things felt easier. Things got easier. You suffered less.
Yeah.
And this is what's really confusing for people, is that the way to start dating is in a bizarre way kind of accepting that you'll never be that you could be alone for the rest of your life. Not you will be alone.
Yeah.
Or that you are surely going to be alone. But you have to accept where you are. And then something weird happens where you suffer less, esteem somehow then starts to build.
Yeah.
And maybe we got to tunnel down more into that later, and then Tinder, I think, was a step back because I think Tinder just does that to people.
Yeah. For sure.
And then you found a relationship, and I think the real test is that being cheated on does not automatically, and this is the beauty, is that what's the difference between being 12 years old and today? It's that when someone treats you badly, it's not because of you, it's because of them.
Yeah.
That's the biggest
exactly.
difference.
Yeah. That's also kind of what I've been thinking about, like in the aftermath. Like at first, like she broke up with like this whole like several hours of kind of just criticizing everything that was wrong with me. So like for the first part of it, I kind of just believed that everything was my fault and like this happened because of me. But like the more I thought about it, I just realized that like I'm not the problem here. Like I like she's the one who did all of these terrible things.
Yeah.
And that's on her, not me.
And I think a lot of that stuff, that view, I think, comes from the idea that women are not monolithic, interestingly enough.
Yeah.
So I think there are a lot of good turning points, because as long as women are monolithic, they're like a fixed quality, and the only variable is you. But once you realize there's a bunch of variables over here that are affecting the equation of whether you're single or not single, it takes the burden off of you for being responsible. And then you can, then the beauty is then you start to really control the stuff that you can really control. And then you acknowledge that, hey, like the outcome is not just based on me. So I really think that your story really highlights like almost a step-by-step way, which is kind of what you described, of how to get out of the black pill. Like those are all the key points.
Yeah. Yeah, like, because I thought, like, I listened to, like, your interview with the other guy, too. And, like, you mentioned this thing about, like, sample sizes and, like, ignoring all of the people it didn't work for. And, like, as you said, like, the conclusion they draw is that, oh, you must be doing it wrong. But, like, in my case, I kind of just stopped doing it entirely. And just, you know, kind of just accepted, as you say, that it wasn't gonna work. And eventually it kind of just started having more success. Without, like, trying these techniques or methods, I was just going about life.
Yeah. And I mean, this could be my bias, but based on what I've learned, the life that I've lived in the anywhere from, if you want to be conservative, hundreds to if you want to be liberal, thousands of people I've helped. I think that's kind of the right answer. But I mean, that's my bias, right? I'm not, because I think that, and I've worked with a lot of people who like, it's hard to kind of, because everyone thinks, I think that's just the right answer.
Yeah.
That,
Yeah, like I'm in complete agreement. Like I'm I'm so left. I am leftist as shit.
what? What does that have to
I
do with anything?
leftist. No, like in the terms of uh like you said liberal, didn't you?
No, I meant conservative and liberal in terms of the number of what my sample size is for this is a successful strategy. Not like politically.
Right. Okay. Whoops.
Yeah, that's okay.
Well, okay. Well,
I mean, that's
I'm still left as shit though.
that's whatever, dude. Whatever floats your boat.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks.
Um,
Um
any kind of like last thoughts or questions before we move on? I think we've got one more caller, so.
Yeah, I think there's a ton of things I could talk about, but I saw the message the other caller left, and I think it's a valuable thing to hear. So I'll just let
Yeah.
the other person talk now.
Thank you. I really appreciate you sharing your story, and for what it's worth, I don't think that the other caller was wrong in any way. In fact,
No.
I actually like agreed with 99% of what they said. I think it's interesting because this, like, I agree with his story, which is that he stopped living from the nuts, and your life
Yeah.
can get better objectively in so many ways when you stop living from the nuts, because the nuts is what gets us
Yeah.
in trouble.
Yeah, and I guess like our stories are kind of just two different versions of stopping living from the nuts.
Well, it sounds to me like you are living from the nuts.
In what way? What do you have I misunderstood what living from the nuts mean?
I don't know, but I don't know. Maybe maybe we didn't really touch on that, but
Yeah. Right.
anyway, thanks a lot, Marius.
Yeah, thank you too. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it too. Good luck to
Yeah.
you, my friend, and I hope I hope you're able to find some kind of relationship that's like satisfying for you.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I will. Maybe I won't. We'll see.
Yeah.
Doesn't. Yeah. I feel good about my life as it is right now, so, whatever comes, comes.
Are you happy?
Yeah, I think I am.
Interesting. Okay.
I mean, I'm angry and like feeling all of these bad feelings about the things that happen, of course, but like I don't I don't feel like that stops me from being happy.
Wow.
It's like, yeah.
Cool. Well, good luck to you, dude.
Thank you.
So let's. I need to take a quick break. So Inez, we've got one more caller, right?
Yup.
Okay, give me like, let's take 5 minutes. Because I have to eat something,
Sure.
and I just need a little bit of a break. But then we can go.
Sure.
What do we have on the menu today? We have a classic soy boy meal, chickpea salad with what appears to be celery, basil, cilantro, beets. Is that beet? Something white. That's cheese. I got cheese today, chat. So good. So delicious. Looks like there's something, I don't know if you guys can see that white thing on the end. Oh, that's cheese too. It's a little bit pinkish, but I think it's from the beet. Well, my guess would be that it's mozzarella. Ooh. It's either pepper or cherry tomato. Cherry tomato. Seems like it's got some olive oil and something else as dressing. There's like juice at the bottom, dude. Look at this. I don't know if you guys can see that, but that's all flavor right there.
Can I ask if you want a boiled egg with it?
No. I'm good. Thanks. And now I see that there's a snap pea in there. Wow. Chat, this is a shishito pepper, I think. Yeah. High quality stuff today. Squish into the mic. No soy. You gotta have a little bit of spice. In life, in salads, in the bedroom. Gotta have a little bit of something unexpected from time to time. Keep things popping. I gotta eat something, dude. We'll get into an interview. Actually, this is probably good for now. All right. Your salad is spicier than my life. Well, all right. We're gonna do chair stream real quick. I gotta pee. We've been streaming for like 4 hours. Well, look. These people like stream for like 8 hours and stuff. What do? Oh, is Prime around? What's up, Prime? I saw you raided earlier. Thanks for the raid. Like, how do they manage their bodily functions? Commercial breaks. No, but what do they do for like food and pissing? I mean, there are people who will stream for like 8 hours a day, right? Scafe is saying, Dr. Kane, you talk about PSSD at some point. What is PSSD? Wait, so do they actually pee in bottles, or are you guys just trolling me? Welcome, people from Denmark. The Danish. Welcome, Danes. We had some Norwegians on earlier. Okay, interesting. Have I been following the Lima Major? I've watched a few games. I'm trying my best not to be spoiled, so please be kind, chat. And I recognize that saying something like that is probably the stupidest thing I could say. I'm on days two's matches. But so far, my take on the Lena Major is that the meta is surprisingly diverse. That's the good stuff right there. I don't know if you guys can see that. I'm watching the GG VOD right now. Okay, I'm going to go pee. And then I'm going to get some water. And then we're going to do one more caller. And then I'm going to go do the rest of my job today. Because I have to work today, chat. So I'll see y'all in just a second, okay? Share stream. Go. Alrighty, chat. I need more paper. Gotta get me papel. Ionized?
Yes.
Hey.
Before we go to the next scholar, I would like you to react to this video. I
Okay.
sent you a DM about it.
So I'm gonna need to hold on a second. I tried to watch this earlier and it didn't work. Let's see if it works now. Yeah, it said something went wrong. Try reloading. So I can't watch the video.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I'll
Yeah.
go to the next scholar then. There we go.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm kind of nervous. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It sounds like everybody's nervous. But people keep coming back, so hopefully it'll go okay for you.
Okay.
What do you go by?
I can call me lady.
Lady?
Yeah.
Okay. And lady, what are we talking about today?
So, I said that I wanted to share my experience. I will read what I sent.
Okay.
I want to share my experience with dating a guy for plus 6 years now, whom is overweight and not considered attractive by society's standards.
Oh,
So like, I don't want to invalidate what people that believe in the black or red pill feel, but I want to share another point of view, how things can be much simpler and all that. And
okay.
I think my experience may give a little bit of hope to many people out there and help them see stuff through a different perspective.
Yeah, thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate the sensitivity and compassion with which you know, are thinking about their views, and also your desire to share a differing perspective.
Yeah, sure.
So you've been dating a dude for 6 years who's overweight and unattractive conventionally?
Yeah.
How'd that
So
happen?
like, we are engaged now and we are renovating the place we're going to move in and we're planning our wedding and like, yeah, guys, that's possible. I want to tell that to everyone. That happened like it was really simple, like no weird techniques, no like uh you have to show that you're dominant and like all that stuff. Like we've actually met at a a very interesting place. The college we used to go to had an anime club.
Okay.
The place where you could find like the most like the nerdest people in the world, the weebs, and there is where we met. And we got like to know each other. It was very natural. Some things happened that make me think like, that's interesting. And I started to like him, and like it was the first time that I liked anyone. So at the beginning I was like, my heart began racing when I am around him and I get all embarrassed. I wonder if I like him. Uh, and it it happened naturally, you know.
So
We I joined his company, and to me, honestly, he was beautiful, and for me, he is beautiful, and I tell him that, and he doesn't believe it. But for me, he's perfect.
and so can you tell me a little bit about, so you said that this was the he was the first person that you were kind of attracted to. So what had been your experience with men prior to meeting him?
Oh yeah, so let's say that I kind of had like pretty high standards, like not um like, oh, I want
Oh, Gigi. She has pretty high standards and we don't meet them. So get wrecked. Let's give her a minute. But you know what they say, like these ladies with high standards, unconventionally attractive, overweight anime nerds is what you gotta be to meet those standards. I don't mean to be memeing, but it's. I think that's the point of her story, right? Is that you can't be watching Naruto and stuff. Like you have standards, dude. It's got to be like Death Note or something a little bit more, the Promised Neverland and things like that, right? You can't cultured standards, chat. Yeah, Attack on Titan is mainstream, and you gotta have standards. Like you can't say Full Metal Alchemist. You have to say Hagane no Renki Jutsushi, right? You gotta have standards. Okay, well, let's give it another minute. Um, I guess while we're waiting, let's see if I can.
Can you share that video load again?
hey, I'm back.
Hey, what's up?
I don't know where it stopped. I don't know what happened. Discord just
That's all
decided
good.
to kick me out.
No problem. So you were, I think you were just, I was a little bit curious about what your experience with men was prior to dating your now fiance. And you were saying something about having high standards. And so we've been making jokes about which animes are high quality and which ones are low quality while we've been waiting for you.
Okay. No, like these high standards, they were actually not related to physical appearance or anything like that. But it's just because I was pretty sure that I didn't want to waste any time with, well, with assholes, because, well, that is basically what my dad is. There's no other way to describe it.
Hmm.
I I lived in a misogynistic household and I had a lot of problems. And I was like, dude, I won't waste time with a guy that doesn't like listen to me and that invalidates me and treats me like garbage. I won't.
Okay.
um.
And that's high standards to you?
Oh, I thought it was because I was so judgmental. But like looking back now, that happened while I was at school. So I would judge all the guys in my classroom. And now I understand that that was probably like a protective mechanism because I really, 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 really wanted to move out of the city and to just like get the hell out of my house. So I think that part of that is because I wanted to not be involved with anyone. So like it would be
Hmm.
easier for me when I finally will be able to leave. And I believe that like maybe a guy or two like in my class or my school were okay, but I was like so filled by hatred, back then.
Interesting.
But then I moved out of the city and I started um I how do I say this? I started studying at a college in another city very far away from there, and I found out about this anime club. And I was like, oh my god, for the first time in my life, I will have friends that like the same things that I like because I came from a city, a town like in the middle of nowhere. So I was pretty much like the only nerd in that city. Um and by the time I had like this will sound so cliche, but by the time I had given up about the idea of finding this guy, that
Hmm.
would treat me like a human. I was like, you know what? If I am going to be alone for the rest of my life, whatever. I just wanna go to this anime club thing and make friends, and if I find him there, it's okay. If I don't, it's okay too, and whatever. Like I just and like yeah, people might have heard this 100 times already, but yeah, it was when I gave up that I met him.
So,
um, Go
yeah.
ahead.
So can you tell me a little bit about what y'all's initial interactions were like?
So at the beginning, dude, I was so shy. He would sit near me and he would try to talk to me, but I didn't have any social skills. So I would answer him with like yes and no. And I wouldn't even realize that I was being so shy, that it was just the normal to me. Because, I would study all day, every day back when I lived with my family because I really, really, really wanted to get out of there. So my social skills were like crap.
Okay.
But as I like got used to talking to people, let's say, and interacting with people at the anime club, um, and started talking to him, starting to know him better, and I started to see that he basically had all the qualities I was looking for, my high standards, quote unquote.
And what were those
And like,
qualities?
dude, like some really stupid shit, I think that people will start laughing, but it's okay. Like, there was one day that he was talking about this project, and he said, "Oh, the teacher let us like write about anything that we wanted. Like it didn't need to be like how can I say this? Something that's actually possible, but just like developing an idea and the project, like something. And like his idea was how would be the rules of basketball. What would be the rules of basketball if people were to play basketball in Mars? And somehow I found that like really, and I thought, oh, this is really creative. Like he's a creative and smart guy. Interesting, because I found that like really peculiar. And when I mentioned this, he's like, bro, that's stupid. Like he doesn't like kind of accepts that I really liked that about him. And I always liked that he would like nerd out about everything, you know, when he would start talking about the things that he likes, and he would like just nerd out for I don't know how many minutes. I would find that really interesting, you know.
Okay.
And like he would be, well, he would be gentle to me and really listen to me. And there was one day that I told him that I liked drawing sometimes, and then the next day he brought his drawing notebook, I think, the place where he had like a collection of his drawings, and I didn't ask for that, you know. And I found that really considerate, and I was like, oh, he paid attention to me. And then when I say this to him, he's like, oh my god, I had memory. But like um it's not like that, you know.
Oh,
It's just
I'm sorry.
that,
It isn't like what?
oh, he said, oh, it's, oh my god, he had memory, you know.
Oh, right. So he just like remembered what you said.
Yeah, like,
And so he's downplaying the things that you appreciated about him.
yeah, but like that's okay too. He is working on his self-confidence. Like a lot of shit happened that kind of destroyed that, but little by little he is getting there, and I'm helping him.
Wow.
But anyway, yeah, like I found that really considerate. It was really just a really little gesture, you know. It
Yeah.
wasn't like some advanced technique or whatever. It just showed that he listened to me, and I didn't ask for that. And he could be like, I don't want to get my notebook, it's heavy or whatever. But no, he did that to me,
Well,
for me.
I think the real thing was that he was paying attention and he like thought about it, right?
Yeah, yeah. And I really appreciated that. And it was just a small thing. And there is another small thing that is like somehow people got to know in the anime club that I don't drink soda. I think it's because someday someone brought soda and then I said that I didn't drink it. I don't know. And then he stopped drinking it because I said I didn't drink it. But like I I got to know about this like a little after, you know. It's just that one day he was like, oh, I don't drink soda too. And I found that interesting because I was like, oh, he takes care of his health, you know, he takes care of himself. I don't know, like it gave me that idea somehow. Then later I learned that he stopped because I said I didn't drink it. And overall, like he was just really just nice to me, and we share the same taste and stuff. So like he really likes video games as well, and anime, manga, tabletop RPG, you know, all of this nerdy stuff. There is also some other thing that's really silly, let's say, that I would really like. When I would go home after the anime club sessions and we would say goodbye, he would hug me because, like, well, here where I live, it's okay to say goodbye that way. And I really, really, really liked his hug. I don't know, I can't explain, but I just felt like really safe and I felt a warmth in my heart. I don't know how to explain. But I would look forward to that, but at the same time I wouldn't, because that would mean that we would be, well, saying goodbye. But it's just like, I don't know, dude, a collection of these little things.
So, couple of questions, ladies. So how long did y'all know each other before you started like dating?
I think that 3 months, if I'm not mistaken.
And so would you
And
say, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
no, I would just say that we would see each other often at the anime club.
And so would you say that y'all were friends first?
Yeah.
How long after knowing him did you start to feel attracted to him?
Um. Hmm. I don't quite remember.
Okay.
Because it was not like one day I woke up and I was like, oh, I like him. It was a gradual process, but
Sure.
I think that, I don't know, maybe 1 month and a half, two,
Okay.
I guess.
Okay. And can I ask, how did y'all actually start dating?
So we were talking, what were we talking about exactly? Ah, somehow the topic changed to dating, I think. And I don't remember the exact words, but I remember that I basically asked him out in a indirect manner, but very direct manner.
What does
Like,
that mean? In an
uh,
indirect manner, but very direct manner.
oh, let me try to remember what we were talking about. Um, I don't know. I think that he was saying that he tried having a relationship before, but he was unsure, like if he would find another girl. I don't know. It wasn't exactly this, but it was
Okay.
something like this. And then I said, "Well, and what about me?" And then he said, "Well, do you want to go out next? I don't know. I don't remember the day. I think it was Thursday." And then like one part of me was like screaming inside, and I said yes. And then we set up our first date, and basically we consider we started dating like right there, like on our first date.
And so was he like confused that you wanted to date him?
Um, well, it looked a little like that, and like he thanked me when I said yes to the date and all that, and he was like, "Oh, like no, that's you will make me go to sleep with a smile in my face tonight." And I found that super cute. And I
Wow.
was smiling too. um and yeah, it seemed like he was a little like in disbelief, but we just clicked over time, you know.
Wow.
And his looks didn't matter. And like I said, I find him beautiful, and I wouldn't be with any other guy in the planet like ever.
Do you think there's any chance he's going to hear this conversation?
Maybe. Because we both watch your channel, we are big fans.
Oh no.
But it's okay. We've talked about this already.
Okay. But I mean, I think it's clear to me, and I think everyone else listening, that we absolutely hear love in your voice.
Oh yeah, I can't hide it. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I don't think you should, but I think it's really interesting to hear. You know, that. Thank you so much, lady. I don't really know what else to ask. Like, it just doesn't. So maybe this is a mistake on my part, and I'd love feedback around this, but like with other people, like so on the calls today, we've had a couple of other people, and we've talked about other aspects of relationships, like more physical aspects of relationships. Something about asking you about that feels like really not appropriate. I don't think it's really relevant to what you're trying to share or anything like that. But I don't really have much to say. I think the most important thing is just what you came here to share, and I think you shared it very beautifully, which is that the narrative that everyone kind of talks about, like we don't know how often it changes or what the exception is, but like that it is still possible to like form relationships without employing techniques, and that in some cases like women can find conventionally unattractive men attractive, which, by the way, I think makes a lot of sense, because I think there's also like what women, or not just women like monolithically, but different people will value different things in a romantic partner. And what I'm really hearing is that you wanted someone who would like treat you, like listen to you, validate you, think about you. And then also like there's some kind of special sauce in there somewhere where he's just like hugging you and it just makes you feel, you know?
Yeah, it's his bear hug.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And it sounds like y'all are getting married soon.
Yeah, next year.
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot. I
Um,
really feel like it was meant to be, but like, and I feel like I love him more now than I ever loved before, and like, it's interesting because sometimes people say, "Oh, love will fade" or whatever, but it just became stronger. And bro, we've been through like some really rough shit. Like, we've had some difficult moments, but we're not the same people as before, and I can see how we both um grew. And I don't know. I just want to say to everyone that like it's possible, and I like my other friends from the anime club. They are not like 10 out of 10s, or they are not like giga chads or whatever. They are not, but a bunch of them are dating. And two of them they got married last year, and another couple is engaged. Like all nerd weebs from the anime club, like getting into long-term relationships and getting married and engaged. And I didn't see they use any weird techniques or whatever. And they're not like handsome, they're not Harry Cavill or whatever. But they found love.
okay. So one last question, ladies. So sometimes I've talked to women that when they go to anime clubs, so like, they'll go to anime clubs and they'll get hit on, and they don't really appreciate that because they're just there to play tabletop or watch anime or whatever. Do you have any thoughts about that, or any like how, because what I'm concerned about is that people are going to hear this story, they're going to go to their anime club, and then they're going to start bear hugging chicks there. And that may not be appreciated by people who are there to watch anime. Do you
No,
have any thoughts
100%.
about like how to navigate that?
Well, I'll say that like for sure, if I sensed that like he was hitting on me like that, I wouldn't have started to like him, because that was the complete opposite of the guy that I wanted. I wanted a long-term thing. So if I sensed that he just, you know, wanted to get into my pants or whatever, I would be like, eh. And
Hmm.
and like when he hugged me, it was like it was okay. He wasn't how can I say? He wasn't invading my personal space. I don't know if this is the right verb.
Yeah.
It's a common way to say goodbye. It's just that I really felt, I don't know, I felt comfortable. I don't know how to describe.
Yeah, no, I mean, it sounds
But
like it was a
if
very authentic gesture from his part.
yeah, but like if it was like a creepy gesture, like out of nowhere, started hugging me, and no, not at all.
Can you help us understand what makes something creepy? Do you have an idea there?
Um, let me think. Well, maybe touching my arm, for example, like out of nowhere, we're just talking there, and maybe he tries to like hug me from the side. When you try to wrap your arm around the person that you're sitting next to,
Okay.
like out of nowhere without any context. I think that would be kind of creepy, but it was a goodbye gesture, so okay. And maybe if he started like hitting on me as well when we are just talking about I don't know, whatever, and I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, no, I think I'm hearing actually like I think it's hard to. I agree, it's hard to explain. That's why 'cause I haven't been able to do it. um, but I think there are a couple things that I'm really hearing that because I think a lot of people will talk about like friend zone and stuff like that. But what I'm really hearing is that, you know, first of all, women have different preferences. I want to
Yeah.
say that half of the people that when I was kind of like younger, when people would end up in relationships, they actually started out as friends first.
Yeah.
And I think it's very common for that to happen. And I think it's just a little bit tricky. I think what's really interesting about this situation is that you kind of asked him out, or you really teed him up for it,
Yeah.
and and which you know is not a story we hear often, which is, you know, dude finds love at anime club. But I think it's something that happens quite a bit because when I go to anime related events, I will frequently see people who appear to be in romantic relationships.
Oh yeah, totally. And like
Cool.
I said, everyone that frequented that place, basically everyone is in a long-term relationship now.
Okay, cool. Anything that you
But
want to?
like,
Yeah, go ahead.
mm, no, go ahead.
I was just saying, anything else that you want to add or any questions that you want to ask?
Well, I think that I want to add that, like, I understand why people might start like believing this red pill and black pill stuff. Like, I don't, like I said, I don't want to invalidate like those people experiences, and I think it's understandable, you know, like that could have been his story, for example, because when he was a kid, he was often bullied for being fat, and like people would beat him up because of that and tell him that he would never get a girlfriend because he was overweight. So it could have been his story as well. But like it's much simpler than that, you know. It's much simpler than that. It's not like, oh, I don't have the look, so it's impossible for me, or like I know that this that I'm going to say will be like too romantic or whatever, but I think that love is above is above all that, and I understand why these people may feel hurt, you know, and hatred and all that, but like you say on many videos, you've gotta let go, you know, you've gotta learn how to grieve all that because well, that is kind of preventing you of from finding love, you know, like being this communities the how being this communities have been like helping you in getting a girlfriend so far, you know. Um but it's a slow process, you know, like
Yeah.
maybe many people will hear this and be like, oh, but this is an exception, oh, but like this will only happen to me when the stars and the planets align or whatever. But I just wanted to share my experience to show that it's possible. And well, I hope maybe I helped someone to maybe see things through a different perspective and maybe try to like broaden their view on all this love stuff and relationship. And really, guys, it's much more simpler. um I want to say like just be nice, but this just like it's not like that. And every person on the planet is like a different human being. So like maybe the hug thing could have creeped out another girl, you know? I don't know.
Yeah.
Kind of a destiny fate thing in a sense. I don't know, like everyone in the planet is different. But but anyway, I think that I started rambling.
Yeah. No, I think
Uh,
you had. So thanks a lot. I mean, what I heard, a lady, from you is that, first of all, I think there's just a lot of variability, right? So one of the things that I'm kind of appreciating after hearing your story is there are a lot of people out there that will say, hey, you have to do A, B, C, and D. And if you do those things, it'll work. And we've even
yeah.
heard callers today who are like, hey, I did A, B, C, and D, and it does work. And the people who do A, B, C, and D are the ones that it consistently works for. And we heard another story of someone who was like, yeah, that didn't work for me, and I kind of found my own path, and now we're hearing a third story. And I think the real takeaway that I have is that, I think if your kind of intentions are in the right place and some amount of like emotional regulation and really listening to what the other person is saying, even if it's kind of from like a red pill sort of standpoint, I think it's still like, because there obviously are women who are engaging in relationships with men who are like red pillars, right? And there are female equivalents of red pill as well. And so that's like working for some people, which is cool. But I think the biggest thing that I'm hearing, that I'm taking away from today, is that like it's sort of an individual thing, which is challenging because then there isn't a formula for it.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, I forgot to mention one thing. Like, by the time I kind of asked him out, he had like basically given out, trying to ask me out. Because there was one day that he asked why I moved to the city. And I said, well, to study. And then he thought, oh, I'll leave her alone. Like, because usually he would try talking to me and that would be kind of hard to talk to because not because I didn't like him, but because my social skills were trash. And then when I said that I moved to the city to study, he was like, oh, I don't want to be in her way, And he actually kind of gave up because of that. But no, in reality, I was quite interested in him.
Yeah, so I like that little addition for a couple reasons. One is that I think, once again, from the perspective that isn't yours, I think oftentimes we don't acknowledge that like even women can have bad social skills. Shocking, right? And then the other thing is I'm hearing that he kind of respected what he thought were your boundaries. And that respect, even if he kind of didn't ask you out, which maybe you would have said yes, but the fact that he like demonstrated that respect is something that was really important to you in terms of fostering attractiveness.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, cool. Well, thank you very much, lady. And good luck with
problem.
everything with your wedding and whatnot.
Thanks a lot, really. Your videos have been helping us a lot. In fact, we found out that he has sleep apnea thanks to your videos.
Oh,
For example.
that's really
Yeah.
good. That's very important. That can
Been
do a lot.
really
for him.
helping us a lot, and it has been great.
Okay, cool. Well, best of luck to you, and give him my best too, if that's appropriate.
For sure, no problem.
So tell him that Chat and Dr. K give him the Chat Award.
Okay, he would probably downplay that, but okay.
Yeah, good. So y'all have a lot of that awareness of his automatic reactions, which is great.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
Okay. So, turned out we streamed a little bit longer today, which is totally fine because we got... I had to hang out for a little bit. That was fun. Yeah. I think... So I just want to acknowledge, I think, like how, in a sense, confusing that story can be. I think it's really important that Lady shared her story with us. But I think the trap that people fall into is that they can listen to a story and they think, oh, and this is true of dating in general, right? Like you look at a successful story and then you say, I need to duplicate this formula. So if I start hanging out at anime clubs and bear hugging people, and then I think, and I start respecting women's boundaries, right? I'm like, I'm going to respect people's boundaries. I'm going to be super nice. And if you do that and things don't work out, then you like go and you try to find some other, solution. Like we're going to go talk to Professor Plum at Manhood Academy or whatever, right? Like there's going to be all kinds of, you're going to come to HG and listen to Dr. K's guide to, finding a relationship, and you're going to take all of his advice. I think that the key takeaway here is that like human beings are individuals. Like you are an individual. The people that you're attracted to are individuals. And the real mistake that I think people make is the interpretation of a particular interaction. So when a woman, as we heard in the last caller, when a woman expresses appreciation for a man's friendship and that gets viewed as rejection, and it can be the other way around, that's the problem, right? It's the way in which, so here's, I think, the biggest thing that I think is lacking is we don't quite acknowledge that our interpretations of the world can be flawed. We don't quite acknowledge that the truth of my experience in the world depends on how I interact with it. It isn't that the world is one way. It is that the world is fluid and responsive, right? Whether I fall off of a tree or not depends on how I sit on it. Whether I, enjoy swimming depends on whether I'm fully clothed and what the temperature of the water is. There's all kinds of things that we can do that will inform how we perceive the world. Maybe this is a better example, but my mindset when I go into a video game will have a big impact on how much fun I have. And so I think if I had to say one thing about what I've learned today, it's that there isn't a formula. There's absolutely a strategy. And I think that strategy probably involves some elements, and I'm going to have to think about this, but emotional regulation, self-awareness, paying attention to what other people are getting feedback from the person across the table, recognizing that you have a contribution to particular things and also that they have a contribution to particular things. Because we heard today that, hey, when we're not acknowledging that this person could have behaved this way, that has nothing to do with me. It could have everything to do with them, right? So we heard from our second caller that, oh, she cheated on me, and this is a dude who's had chronically low self-esteem his entire life. And he's like, that's on her. It's not on me. And that's what's really tricky. And then Oa Koka is also saying, and try to be in shape if you can. Absolutely. And I do think that there's a lot of good stuff. There's a lot of reality from red pill and black pill and all that kind of stuff. I really do. Right? There's a lot of reality from even women's perspectives on safety and dating and things like that. There's a lot of good stuff out there in terms of how to be safe, how to think about safe relationships. I think there's a lot of good stuff in red pill about improving stuff and taking responsibility for what you can control. I think the problem is that most of these philosophies make one jump that, in my opinion, and I'm not saying I'm objectively correct, I think, in my opinion, is one step too far. The inference or conclusion that they draw is a little bit... And I think the more that... And I'm not saying that this is non-scientific. I'm just saying that when I read this stuff, I see some things that are a little bit non-scientific. The simplest of which is correlation versus causation, right? There's all kinds of fallacious kind of reasoning in there. And maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe it's not fallacious and I just don't understand it. And if there was someone who's into black pill or whatever and really did understand science a little bit more than the average person from our community, and no knock on them, maybe they'd be able to have a conversation with me and then I'd understand, oh, actually it's not fallacious reasoning, right? Which is cool. And each person that we talk to, each conversation that we have brings us a little bit more knowledge, brings us a little bit more understanding. And this is where, so Exocentrist is saying, isn't the red pill thing mostly toxic though? I think this is the big thing that people don't really get, is the red pill mostly toxic? In some ways, yes, but honestly, in a lot of ways, no. Because a lot of what they espouse, I think there's pieces of it, there's some conclusions of it that are toxic, in my opinion. But there's a lot of stuff in there that I think is really good. The number one of which is take accountability for your dating situation. They say, hey, because I think it is, I think you can safely make a decent argument that is scientifically valid that if you are more physically in shape, if you have a serious career, if you're financially stable, if you take care about your appearance, if you practice your social skills, that you will have more success in relationships. And so the one thing I think they do well is they're like, instead of crying, do something about it. Right? And I think that there's a lot of toxicity that comes out of that, but that's also where you've got to be a little bit careful, because I think there's a big difference between the red pill influencers and the red pill believers. And the more time that I spend with like the people in the red pill community, like especially because there's overlap with our community, which has caused all kinds of tension. And by the way, huge shout out to everyone in our community and the mod team for writing that out. I don't know if you all remember, but like 4 months ago, 5 months ago, 6 months ago, our community was a toxic mess. But we did our best to set down some rules, which mods deserve mad respect for, about how we're going to engage in discussion. But we didn't try to stop discussion. We actually encouraged it. But a discussion that is not harmful as best as we can. And did some people feel like they were getting censored? Sure. We weren't censoring your viewpoint. You were breaking the rules of the discussion that had been laid down prior to you showing up, right? It's like try to, bring a nuclear bomb on an airplane. We're not kicking you off because of any other reason than you're breaking the rules of what's allowed on the airplane. And so that's what's beautiful. And even today, like we heard it from Lady, where she's like, hey, I'm not trying to say that the red pillars are wrong. And this is the biggest problem on the internet, is when someone disagrees with us, 99% of the internet is like, you are wrong. Like, even look at this Hogwarts Legacy thing. Hey, I should be able to play Hogwarts Legacy because there's no such thing as ethical consumption in capitalism. Other people like, if you play Hogwarts Legacy, you are transphobic and supporting transphobia. And it's, has anyone ever tried to say, hey, help me understand like why Hogwarts Legacy is transphobic? Where does this idea come from? Like, what do you think about that? Like, help me understand your viewpoint. And have people who have accused people of playing Hogwarts Legacy being transphobic, have they ever asked, hey, like, what makes you want to play this game? What do you think about it? What do you think about the transphobia? Like, do we ever talk? No, we don't talk. We just judge. And then what ends up happening is as we're judging, and we in turn are being judged, what are we going to do? We're going to gravitate towards the people who judge us favorably. And that's how the echo chamber gets made. Right? Because what do? We ban the incel. So where does the incel go? They try to come to our community. They may even get banned. Where do they go? They go to the incel community. And then they talk to a bunch of other incels. And then, like, what do you expect when you ostracize people from society? When you create a leper colony? Like, what do you think is going to happen? And I think there's a lot of stuff. We're seeing a lot of good research on incels, by the way. So just a couple of interesting things. Incels are 8 times as likely to be autistic or on the autism spectrum than the normal person, the average population. 96% of them have some amount of probably mood disorders like depression or anxiety. I think the number of adverse childhood experiences or trauma going up is also way higher than the normal population. Right? And this is the kind of thing where it's like, who deserves compassion? Oh, like people on the autism spectrum, they absolutely deserve compassion. But incels don't. And that also makes sense, right? So here I am making a judgment, but this is where I got to say, I've talked to those people, and now I understand why people like to judge incels. It's because incels make it really easy to judge them, right? When you start spouting misogynistic, toxic, or dehumanizing crap, you're going to invite people to dislike you, right? And so I don't know how we're going to fix these problems. I honestly don't think we can, but we're going to do our best. And the way that we're going to do it is by talking to human beings and hearing what they have to say and trying to learn from other people's perspectives by being reflective about ourselves, our own biases, our own shortcomings. We heard today, hey, you're way more of an expert than I am, and like probably objectively I am. But just because I have a better grasp of science than a caller in our community doesn't make me right. It just means I have a better grasp of science, and it just means that there's also an external validity issue, which he brought up very well, which is that scientific studies can say one thing and reality can actually be something else, which is very, very true, which is oftentimes something that people forget about science. It's like there's a scientific study that says this. So like, well, there were scientific studies that said that, you know, I'm just trying to think about, oh, yes, there were scientific studies that suggested that since major depressive disorder is an inflammatory disorder, which there's good evidence for because the science showed us there's inflammation in the brain, then if we stop the inflammation, it should stop the depression. We had science that showed us that, and still shows us today, that depression could be an inflammatory disorder, major depressive disorder. And then when we tried to give people anti-inflammatory medications, it didn't work. We had science that showed us that people with schizophrenia have oxytocin deficiencies. And the reason that they have difficulty forming relationships and socializing is because of an oxytocin deficiency. So we said, hey, if there's an oxytocin deficiency and oxytocin is involved in forming bonds, and these people have trouble in forming bonds, let's give them oxytocin. And that's what we did. And it didn't work. So science can say all kinds of things. And like the application into reality isn't one-to-one. Right? Like another good example of this, we haven't really talked about this much, but everyone started doing trigger warnings, right? Out of compassion to not evoke people's trauma. Recent studies actually show that trigger warnings are more harmful. And if that's confusing to people, let me put it to you this way. Let's say you go to your doctor and you need to get an injection. And if the doctor tells you, hey, this is going to hurt like hell, it's going to suck, so prepare yourself. And you give him an injection and then like it hurts, right? I'm not saying that trigger warnings shouldn't be used, but like we should really think about the data behind it and what it does. And by the way, I don't know if you guys know this, but a evidence-based treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder is something called exposure therapy, which is actually in a graduated and safe way exposing people to triggering stimuli, which is how you ultimately desensitize them from trauma. And I've heard horror stories of exposure therapy where all it did was traumatize the patient more. So I'm not saying exposure therapy is perfect, and I'm not saying trigger warnings are terrible. But like this is just the kind of thing where like the science isn't that clean. And the way that we live our lives are not that clean, because I don't think trigger warnings would be a thing unless someone saw some benefit somewhere. And just because a study shows that they may be harmful doesn't mean that there isn't benefit. Does that make sense? So what kind of exposure? So I'll give you all an example. So this is more for like phobias, but it works for trauma too. So let's say actually there was an example of a patient of mine. So I had a patient who was in an armed conflict and had hypersensitivity towards loud, sudden sounds. So if a door slammed, it would like trigger a trauma response. And so the way that you kind of handle that is like you actually start closing doors with increasing amounts of force during an appointment. Right? So it's like, hey, we're going to just slam the door shut. We're going to close it, and then we're going to slam it a little bit, then we're going to slam it more. Once they're comfortable with that, we're going to go downstairs to the lobby of the hospital. We're going to sit on a bench together, and we're going to close our eyes. And there are going to be like all kinds of sounds that will assault you. And when you're ready, like we're going to do that. We're going to do it for 60 seconds, 90 seconds, 2 minutes. You let me know when it gets to be a little bit too much. And then we're going to go outside, and we're going to sit outside on a park bench where there are cars honking and like all kinds of stuff and like people running around and like things like hitting the ground and whatever. And so that's how you desensitize someone. All right? It's a useful thing. And desensitization is a very strong neuroscientific and biological function, right? It's not something that we came up with. It's something the body came up with. When you say, what do you mean by that? It's very simple. When you first jump into a pool of water, it can feel really cold, and then your body desensitizes to it. That's what our body is designed to do. It's really cool that it can take a negative stimulus and learn to desensitize. That's how we respond. But if you don't stay in the water, what happens? If you jump into the water and it feels really cold and you run right back out, and you don't stay in the water, then a week later you go swimming again and you jump in and you get right back out. Every time that happens, what's going to happen to you? What's going to happen to your relationship with the water? Anyway, that's a little bit about trauma. We don't really understand trauma as a society. I think we've got to learn more about trauma. I think there's a lot of awareness of it, which is really nice. And who are you rating? Someone is saying Dr. K and Jordan Peterson would just agree a lot unless there was someone forcing them to debate. Why would we want to force someone to debate? Okay, can we get a mod to raid something? Because I've been logged out of everything. I'll try here. Nope, I'm logged out of everything. Mods? Thanks, Tech Teller. Prime, are you rating? Who should we raid, chat? Casey Tron? I'm game. Let's do it. Thank y'all for coming. Hopefully it was interesting. We'll see y'all in, I think maybe next Friday. I think we've got another interview lined up. And we're going to continue to have lectures on YouTube. By the way, if y'all resonated with some of the people today and you want to take kind of our philosophy, which is, not precisely what we talked about today, but some of the stuff around like understanding some scars and like understanding your reactions to things, understanding the conclusions that you've come to in life that then shape how you move forward. That's what our coaching program is for. If y'all want to understand some stuff around things like meditation and spirituality and things like that, I highly recommend y'all check out the guide. We don't currently have a community event running right now, but hopefully we'll have one soon for y'all. So stay tuned to all of our stuff. And I recently learned something cool. We got our first coaching client from Swaziland. So we've now helped people in 119 countries across the world, which is wild. So I guess there's someone from Swaziland who's watching Twitch or something. I don't know. But yeah. But yeah.